Everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're gonna make that happen?
Huh?
You're gonna make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps that I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while it eats me. Honestly, think it's not the blood in the beef. If they don't leave anything behind after eating.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin.
Going on. I hope everybody having a great week. Man, I know I've been busy. I want to go live, but I got to go out here and make this money. Y'all know how that go, you know what I'm saying? But man, it's been a slow victory walk for Terrence Crawford, or maybe it just feel that way. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's, just adding their 2 cents, like Shakur Stevenson, and of course he helped Crawford train. And I'm watching the article where he's talking about everybody's mad because Bud did what he's supposed to do and all this kind of shit. But the article, it spoke about how Spence was lethargic and and what caliber of fighter he was and how the fight didn't go how people expected, if it was a 50-50 fight, right? So
good morning.
Good morning, Crystal Legend. You got Antonio Tarver out here. It's like I understand, Crawford represent all the blue black motherfuckers, like myself, who feel, some kind of way. Because of Crawford, what people said about Crawford. But the man, he won. He won. And, it's just this fight was highly passionate on both sides, But Shakur Stevenson ain't doing himself no favors, to become a fan favorite with these remarks, that, Bud did what he's supposed to. I understand. next big fight going to be Jermell Charlo? Is it going to be Jermell Canelo? So now we're looking on to the next big fight that's going to stir up everybody. And now everybody's saying Jermell Charlo is going to beat Canelo. Like, I'm still reeling from the defeat of EJ, and it's almost like all the win. So you got background. What's going on, Christian Legend? What's going on, bro? You hear me, Christian Legend?
What's happening, Paul? What's going on? What's going on, bro?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm still trying to process. At the same time, I'm trying to work. I can't really get down into it the way I want to. Because I've been super busy. But at the same time, trying to keep up with everything because the aftermath is hard to look at. Everybody trying to act like they already knew this, and you didn't know shit. You didn't know a goddamn thing. You were just along with everybody else. Y'all didn't know anything that was going to happen. We didn't know Spence was going to look like that. Y'all didn't know Crawford was going to look like that.
Exactly. Hey, Paul, let me ask something real quick, right? So, I was honest about the Errol Spence. So though Errol lost, he wasn't at his best. You got to make sure he's at his best. I'll make no excuses like Errol. But
turn up your mic. Turn up your mic, Christian Legend. Can barely hear. Turn up your mic.
Oh, my fault.
Go ahead, Chris. You there? What's going on, Kenny?
What's going on, Paul?
All right. Yeah, this is a slow-ass victory walk, isn't it? And, on the other side, did you see how gracious? People don't just change their personality overnight. And, I'm not saying this is everything, but, all of a sudden on the other side, people, everybody's talking shit, on the other side now of the situation, like they knew exactly what was going on. And I'm just like, bro, obviously this man, to me, and just looking at everything, says, we give Crawford 100% his victory, right? But, we're not going to ignore that Errol Spence Jr. didn't look right, bro. And that's all I'm saying. Nobody's just going to bow down if you're not a fan of a fighter. Just like people wasn't a fan of Marvin Hagler, or people wasn't a fan of Sugar Ray Leonard, they're just not going to bow down to the victor. They'll give him credit for winning, but they're gonna like look at the fight and they're gonna analyze it, right? So to me, all these people saying like this is the way the fight's supposed to go, it's just you were rooting for that guy and your guy won. So I'm still like looking at this dude like, what the fuck happened? How you fell off like that? And I think we got a number of ways to look at it, right? Not that we're going to go over all that. I'm just looking at the aftermath and what everybody's saying, victory lap to it. And, looking at Antonio Tarver berate, to attack Derek James, like Antonio Tarver someone calling him trainer of the year. I'm like, bitch, you ain't do shit. You got a podcast. You're a podcaster now. And as a fighter, you was on fucking steroids, bro. It's like, I just hate to see, all these guys coming out the wood like cockroaches, with the lights cut off. And it's like, now that the lights are on and these motherfuckers are scared, they all over the fucking place. Derek James, y'all call him trainer of the year. Well, you still got an undisputed champion, dickhead. And he had a 3-division champion. You didn't do that, nigga. You didn't do that. So what you talking about? So it's like they omit all the accomplishment and downplay all these guys' accomplishments. I'm talking about in the current status, not in just a past status, You know what I'm saying? This man gathered up 3 of the fucking belts, you know what I'm saying, to fight the top guy at the end, right? So, like I say, people don't understand that they don't understand that it depends on if you're fighting a guy at his best, at his peak. You see what I'm saying? It does matter when and where. 3 fucking matches, right? Sometimes, and I've said this in my live streams, that sometimes you got to fight a guy 2 or 3 times. Maybe you got to work on something in your game that you got missing. So maybe you're just not feeling well that night. It ain't Crawford's fault, but what I'm saying is that, you know, every fighter improves. You know what I'm saying? Every fighter got another chance. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody's talking about Spence cognitive ability decline or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. The man might have just had a fucking bad night. I don't know. But for everybody to just write my man off, like, you know what I'm saying, like he can't go up here and get his energy and get up here and do better. Maybe he'll lose again. I don't know. It's boxing. You know what I'm saying? Anything could happen in boxing. But for these motherfuckers, it's almost like they wanted Spence to be destroyed. It's like whatever he represents, whatever Spence represented, they wanted to destroy. It's almost like it goes beyond boxing to me. You know what I'm saying? The way they hate Spence, or the way they hate the PBC, or the way they hate. It's almost like it's a hate group out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it just kind of disgusts you the way, you know what I'm saying, it looked like it kind of all builds up, you know what I'm saying, against the PBC or against, you know what I'm saying, that camp, or against Derrick James. It's like people hate them or something. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, Bud haven't been giving us these fights. He didn't unify the division. You know what I'm saying? Look like the person who would have gave us, you know what I'm saying, the best fight and the best is Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? He's the one. And King, Crush the Legend, either one of y'all.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know why.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I don't know why I keep going in and out, but I'm here though.
Y'all been here?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on?
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I heard the gate did $21 million. Is that correct?
Nah, I ain't hearing nothing about that.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that.
I've been hearing like the gate did 21 million. I'm like, God damn. And I heard the pay-per-view buys was 650K pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Nobody been paying attention like that.
You can hear me?
Yeah, my son looked it up. He told me like 655, between 665 and 675. And I thought they was going to do better than that.
Me too.
But then someone said to me, they said, "Wait a minute, you really expect it to do that good?" He said, "Listen, man," and we already know
you fading out,
is not
Crush.
going like this. Bud fans, we know they
Fading
they
out,
don't
Crush.
buy the fight. Huh? We know Bud fans don't buy the pay-per-views.
Exactly.
Because there's no way that this fight should have just did over 500,000. We had Tank and Ryan do 1.4 million. But guess what? Ryan fans support him. See all these all these Bud fans out here, they talking about the win and everything, but most of them that's on here bragging streamed it. Then I need to ask a question to all the Crawford fans out there. And I gave him his props. I'm not taking nothing away from him. But one thing about Crush, I'm going to hit something that a lot of people don't like to hit. And I'm just making facts. So this might be a spoiler for y'all, but it's no hate. Now, SpenceCrawford did what he did to a Spence who showed up uncompetitive for whatever reason. But ladies and gentlemen, there was not an Errol Spence that was 100%. And Crawford been doing his thing, but has he beaten an elite level fighter at their very best? And that out of question is no, people. I'm not taking nothing away from, but these are facts. See, y'all want to point out all type of things. Y'all supposed to get y'all roast on. My man EJ, he ain't back his word up. I gave him all the slack that he deserved because he came up short-handed, and the things that happened, not the sparring for the 6 weeks and all that, that's all on him. And this man ain't making no excuses. Now he ain't making no excuses for him. But people, before this man retire, we really got to see, I need to see Terrence Crawford really beat someone at their best. And people, he has not. Errol showed up 60-something%, not himself. That's just facts. Sean Porter was microphone Sean Porter and so forth. So as great as he is, Mr. Pound for Pound, I'm waxing everybody. But maybe it's a little more, you know, it looks so extra spectacular because he's never beaten anyone at any high volume at their best. So we might need to call some things on Bud Crawford, resume his career when it's over, just like we do everybody else. This might be one of the biggest, most talented guys who's never really fully tested himself. That's all I got to say, man. That's just
What's going on, King? What's happening, bro?
So look, bro, all I'm trying to say is this here, man. Like I know, like all of us feel some type of way about what happened, bro. Especially, you know, real diehard Spence fan. But I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, bro. Like Spence still my favorite fighter, bro. Devin Haney and Errol Spence Jr. But I gotta be honest about what I've been seeing, bro. Like I'm seeing people saying, "Oh yeah, when he come back at 154 and he's stronger, it's gonna be a different story." Bro, I don't know because I'm telling y'all what I'm seeing. I don't see his feet moving. So if he come back stronger and his power there, like against guys, that's all fine and dandy, bro. But if all Errol Spence is gonna do is walk Terrence Crawford down and try to beat him down, he gonna lose again. If his feet not moving, if he not moving like he did against Lamont Peterson, like he did against Danny Garcia, like he did even against Sean. People talk about Sean Porter. Yeah, he stood in front of Sean Porter because he wanted to fight toe to toe, but he also had times where he was ducking, dodging, pivoting, and making him miss. If he can't do that against Terrence Crawford, yeah, if his feet not moving. If that people talking about something, they want to downplay the cognitive decline, but if his cognitive decline have him to the point where his feet is not moving, so similar to when you have a stroke, because you know that's what happened when you have a stroke. My granddad had a stroke. After he had a stroke, he drug his right foot around for the rest of his life. He couldn't lift it up no more. What I'm trying to tell y'all is that if that cognitive decline had slowed his feet down, he still might not beat Terrence Crawford, bro. Because like I told you, in my eyes, Errol Spence was the best fighter on the planet because he was able to fight from the outside and the inside equally well. If he not able to fight from the outside no more, bro, it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All right, let's get 2 cent. Let's get 2 cent boxing, y'all. Y'all subscribe to 2 cent boxing, and also subscribe to Inside the Square Circle with King Jr. Crush the Legend. Y'all know Crush the Legend from the winning team. What's going on, 2 cent?
What up, Paul? What up, chat? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about this. As far as the business side, Earl didn't come in the ring how he was supposed to. Blah blah blah, all of that. But I'm thinking about as far as Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence made concessions basically for Terrence Crawford to be the goddamn A side. And now Terrence Crawford has came in here and did what he did to Errol Spence. Now Terrence Crawford's the A side. And now Terrence Crawford's going to be the A side in any fight he has. And just like the other gentleman said, he still hasn't fought a top fighter at their top level. It is crazy how he is pulling this off, y'all. I don't know if people is really, fight and all that, but look at the other side of this. He's a genius. Like the way he's
call himself the puppet master.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't understand how nobody sees this. How is he getting away with this? Because even with the pay-per-view numbers and all of that, Terrence Crawford don't sell. We all know that. So now he's the A side. He's going to be able to get these big guarantees from the PBC because he's talking about he want to fight Charlo and all these people. How has he been able to do that? And I don't know if
I
people
don't
looking at
know.
it from that
I
angle.
wouldn't think.
And the truth is, I don't think he's gonna fight a Charlo or like y'all think Terrence Crawford gonna start fighting top competition all of a sudden. You see his business plan. Find top fighters when they are vulnerable and have
Right.
issues going on, offer them a lot of money and then fight them. That's what he's been doing this whole time. And if everything is going on with Spence that we think, the neurological decline and all of that, which I'm not too sure about that, he found him at a vulnerable moment. He probably knew he had an injury and then he agreed to fight him. He came in the tip top shape, best shape of his life, doing whatever he was doing and shined on Spence. Period. And it's hard to argue
I know.
because Spence agreed to it.
Well,
Yeah, and that's why that real quick, and that's why I wanted all the Errol Spence fans to stand 10 toes down because we agreed with him. We was all on that side that said it's going to be a one side ass whipping the Errol way. None of us knew Errol was going to show up looking like that because if he did, we would have changed our mind. But the
well,
fact is that he did, so he has to hold himself accountable for it, and that's what it is. But you know the Crawford fans, they've been waiting to get this win, so of course none of them are going to come out and admit to anything we just said. I only have one person that's a diehard Terrence Crawford fan, and he don't go on social media. He only go on social media to watch 3 people. That's BF for 9 to knockout. He don't watch nobody else, but he's the only one said, "Yo, man." He said I couldn't even take the money from the people that I bet. He said because Errol Spence wasn't at his best, I wanted Bud to beat him at his best. He said I can't do it. He let everybody keep their money. He said
well,
I'm a true boxing fan.
that's because
And
you're a
it's
real boxing fan. You know, so you don't see
yeah.
when you fight. It's like that's why I call Bud Crawford the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Because he do just like Canelo. You know, he wait to the end. Or, you know, he never fight when everybody's into it. Everybody's, you know, in their prime. Everybody's like, you know what I'm saying, like on top of the world or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, all these, you know, not just Crawford. It's just like all these boxing, except for maybe Jermell Charlo to Deontay Wilder, they look to fight guys, you know what I'm saying, at the top of the game. You know what I'm saying? When shit is cracking. You know what I'm saying? Not looking for a strategic advantage, you know what I'm saying, in the fight. And I think, you know what I'm saying, head to head, prime for prime, you know what I'm saying? It's always like, you know, some kind of disadvantage or they always waiting for a round for a fighter to be vulnerable, like 2 Cent said. And I see that in boxing, you know what I'm saying? I see that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, it just kind of leaves you a bad taste in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you don't get the best out of boxing when that goes down. You know what I'm saying? So, but I've seen it before. Like I said, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard, he used to do that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Wait for Duran, you know what I'm saying, when he blew up for 200 pounds and then he reactivated the rematch. And then he waited for Marvin Hagler to have that hard fight with John the Beast Mugabe, which was a fucking slaughter house. And he felt like, you know, enough was taken out of Marvin Hagler to go in there and face him. So, you know, we've seen it before in boxing, you know what I'm saying, where, you know, fighters strategically, you know what I'm saying, make their moves and stuff, you know what I'm saying. And I don't know how much credit Sugar Ray Leonard gets for that because, you know, everybody loved him. He was like the promotional favorite in that fight, being the Olympian and all this kind of shit. But right now, you know what I'm saying, what we're seeing, you know, Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, moving on, talking about he wants Jermell Charlo. Y'all think that's going to be a big fight like this, or you think people are going to kind of like look at it like, you know what I'm saying, I mean, you know what I'm saying, y'all think it's going to be like a pay-per-view success? Y'all got to excuse me, I'm just getting up. Y'all think that's going to be a success? You know what I'm saying? Y'all think that's going to be as big as CrawfordSpence or I don't know, man. It's just like, how are we going to look at that fight? Because, you know, Jermell, I know he got Canelo to go out up there against, and then he got to come back. He got to face Bud Crawford. And another thing I want to talk about was the WBO was talking about stripping Jermell Charlo of his belt and elevating Tim Tszyu, you you know what I'm saying, as the WBO champion. I'm like, bro, that's bullshit. This man is going to lose his motherfucking undisputed status. You know what I'm saying? Out. You know what I'm saying? Out.
They stripping everybody, bro. They stripped.
I mean, I kind of can understand the stripping. My thing is, what is the rules? Like, do they just make stuff up as they go? Like, cause
that's what they do. That's what they do. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they do. You know, why would you? I mean, okay, I've seen Triple G, I've seen Canelo hold on to the fucking belts as long as they want to. You know what I'm saying? It's like until they get ready to fight somebody, or till they get ready to cherry pick somebody, and they never was stripped. But why is Jermell Charlo? Why is there a demand for him to be stripped? You know what I'm saying?
But Paul, I think it's because he hasn't been fighting. You know, they get those sanctioning fees, and honestly, he hasn't been fighting. He really just holding on to the belts.
I don't believe that.
The only difference I see is Canelo was fighting. That's the only difference I see.
No, the difference is skin color. That's the same reason why Lomachenko, no matter how many times he lose, he always in a title fight.
Yeah.
The same reason. Lomachenko can lose again against Shakur Stevenson, and he gonna be back in another title fight in his next fight. It don't matter how many times he loses.
Yep. And I think another thing with Mel too, and I'm starting to pay attention to this, is staying in there too long. Once you literally clean out a weight class, which Mel is only one of the few that actually really did it, cleaned it out from top to bottom, all competition from Z to A. Once you do that, you need to move on at some sort of point, because their thing is, we snatching these undisputeds and these unifications up on a daily basis. So it's hard to constantly keep them out our hands and from around their base, they waistline. So now they don't want that longevity conquering like they used to have with the fight.
Right.
Running shit, and they don't want that from us no more. So that's why at every chance, when they sit there too long, and this is one thing I said on my channel, it's starting to hurt these fighters when they stay somewhere too damn long, especially when they really outgrew the weight class. Right? I thought, especially when they outgrew the weight class.
Crush. You know, when can't hear a thing you're saying, bro. Is it me? I wonder if it's me.
I can hear. I can hear you.
I think it's you, Paul. I think it's you, Paul. We can hear him.
Yeah. Okay. Let me switch my Wi-Fi. Go ahead.
It's just the fact they stay in there too long, and the thing with like Errol Spence, he grew out the weight class. Terrence Crawford grew into the weight class. This could easily been Devin Haney, but since he for the lack of opposition, you know, he could have easily been in the same way, being somewhere too damn long, and it's starting to play against them. No matter if it's because of the weight drain or, okay, it's time for you to go. What are you still here for? You graduated from high school, but why the hell you keep coming back here every new school semester? Take your ass to college, to a trade school or something like that. Why are you still here? We don't want you here any longer. It's gentrification going on in boxing. That's what I'm really saying. Because soon when they ready to move around, this is what they doing, people. So what they doing is gentrifying these belts whenever they are in the hands, in the possession of the Black American fighters. That's what's going on.
Now let me tell you how I feel about it, bro. Now I feel how everybody, a lot of people, we bother by the fact they're doing this to our fighters, right? They're not letting them hold on to their belts and move how they want to move. Okay, I get it, bro. But how long Black people been going through this in this country? We know shit like that gonna happen. Me, I'm satisfied knowing that the history book's gonna show that they was undisputed anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping that they stripping Devin Haney or they stripping Jermell Charlo, because they can't take away the fact that they was undisputed. That will never change. Yep.
You don't think Devin Haney is done with 135?
Yeah, I think he's done.
He's definitely done with 135.
So why does he even want to keep the belts? That's what I'm confused about.
I think he want to keep them for leverage in case he can get a Tank Davis fight.
I don't think those belts gonna help you in the Tank Davis fight, because I don't think Tank Davis really even want them. You probably get better chance of fighting them if you don't have them.
Yeah, I don't think Tank Davis want to fight Devin Haney, period. No matter what he got. He didn't want to fight at first. He didn't want to fight Devin because he didn't have no belts. Devin got belts. He still didn't want to fight him. He said he didn't want no belts. What the fuck do you want? He don't want to fight Devin Haney, period.
I don't want to see Devin Haney fight Tank at 135. That seems like Errol and Crawford all over again. I don't want to see that because you can't make the weight.
Even worse, I mean, and
but that's where the money's at because it's not really money like that for him at 140.
It's not that much money for him, period. That's the thing. He's just like Crawford. He's not a big sell. No matter how much they're trying to push and sell him, and no matter how much the fans, they want you to like them more than what you like and give them more credit than what they really deserve. It is what it is. Everybody's not going to be platinum, baby. Some of these guys are meant to be gold, and he's a gold god. He's not meant to be platinum. Get over it, Devin Haney. He's not going to be a big draw. Nowhere near it. Stop looking for a number 5 Mayweather. They want the descendants of Mayweather to be around. No, get over that. Build your own legacy. Build your own purse. Stop trying to ride off and create the narrative of the next hope. Be the first you and only you.
Crush, I respect everything you're saying, bro, but I'm gonna be real with you. As a Devin Haney fan, that's a narrative created that we don't like. Y'all, a lot of y'all throw that on Devin Haney fans. We never cared if he was a draw in that. Never. We only care that he try to fight the best, bro. The point. No, I'm just saying the point that we making up because people use that to excuse Tank. Every time Tank Davis avoid Devin Haney, they make it like because Devin not a draw. Tank always fight niggas that's not a draw. Pitbull Cruz wasn't no damn draw. Hector Garcia wasn't a draw either. It ain't got shit to do. Getting a Tank Davis fight does not have to do with how much money you bring into the table prior to that fight. That's a lie, bro.
Well, it's because how much money Haney would ask for to fight him. That's the thing. I can fight Issa Cruz and give him $1 million or 800,000, but Haney gonna want whatever he asking for.
Listen, Devin has already said that Tank Davis was the A side publicly. So that means that he is willing to negotiate with whatever Tank talk about. You don't know what Devin Haney wants until you send him a contract.
Yeah, what's going on, Pool Panel?
What's happening? What's going on, Dave? What's happening, bro?
Good, man. I'm good. I'm just wanted to put my 2 cents into this whole Spence thing. Man, he's in a tough spot. You know, coming from a Spence fan, I support. Drove up to Dallas for a few of his fights. You know, he's a fan favorite, but he's in a very tough spot right now because he has 5 months. The rematch is in December. He needs a few months just to heal from the fight itself. It's not so much the physical, but the mental. And then if it's at 54, he'll definitely need a touch up before getting back up in there with Bud. So he's in a tough spot right now. I think if I was Spence, I'd try to Crawford behind the scenes and drop that rematch. Let him and Mel get in the ring together. Maybe take a touch up or 2 and try and get the win of Mel and Bud, you know, later in the year of 2024. Because to be honest with you, I don't want to see him in there with Crawford in December. I don't care what weight it's at. There's a lot of different aspects that he's going to have to address. It's not just weight. It's figuring out the timing of Crawford, the punch placement of Crawford. There's a lot of variables that DJ kind of dropped the ball on in this camp. And I don't know if 5 months is enough time to address all that. So if I was Spence, I'd try and drop that rematch clause, let Crawford get in there with Mel, and try and get the winner of that fight after. And in the meantime, get a touch up or 2, you know, get acclimated. Well,
how do y'all feel about the rumor that it was no VADA testing?
Yeah, well, you know, they said something about somebody hit me up talking about he came out with a sticker that means he took the VADA test. You know, some kind of sticker that they I guess they're supposed to wear or something. You know, says it's proven that they. I don't know. Nobody's like really looking into the details of this shit. You know, like we do other fights about VADA testing. It's not like clear. You know what I'm saying? What's up with that?
Yeah, I wish, you know what, me personally, I didn't think about that until after the fact when people brought up the fact that they didn't talk about VADA the whole time. Now I do. Every single fight, bro, I want to hear that. As a fan, I want the report to come out that VADA testing has been done. I want to hear that about every fight.
Well,
Because
I got that from Manager Marty. You know what I'm saying? Manager Marty, he be on that shit, bro. He be on it. He was talking about was it Vada testing in this thing, and
because you
that's
know
kind
what
of.
else?
Mhm.
Not because what nobody is saying, and I know how people go. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody is saying like how great Crawford looked. Like Crawford's 35. He did this and that. This is the easiest fight Crawford's had. Like it should be suspicious. It should raise an eyebrow. Yes, we know Crawford is a great fighter. Yes, we know Crawford can counter punch well. We understand all his attributes. But he was so perfect and so strong that should raise an eyebrow. I don't understand. It just
Oh,
like how
they understand. It's just that they got one, so they don't give a fuck. You
just
know what
like
I'm
how
saying?
Fury in that fight took 6 right hands from Wilder in like the first 2 rounds, and they didn't even phase him. Like that's questionable. Nobody think that Fury taking all these right hands from Wilder is questionable. You know what I'm saying? So
You know we do. You know we do. It's just that you know how it is. It's like when your guy, or you predict that this guy is going to run through your guy, right? They don't care about that shit. All they care about is how saying how dominant the victory was. They don't care how it got there. They don't care if this guy took. I'm gonna tell you the truth. A lot of these guys don't give a fuck if they took PEDs to do it. A lot of think about it. The world is on some scam artist time right now. You know what I'm saying? People don't care about the morals and of the victory anymore. All they care about is if they win. You know what I'm saying? You're a real hardcore boxing fan if you want to see two guys, say at the top of their game face each other with no advantages. You know what I'm saying? That's like something of the past. Because, much as you hate Paulo Malignaggi, he says, what I'm saying, about everybody being on steroids. Sometimes it's ridiculous, but he does have a point. You know what I'm saying? He does have a point.
because
Yeah, that
if the
fight.
shoe was on the other foot, you better believe I would address this. I would be like, y'all, Crawford didn't look right. Something was going on with Crawford. Why was Spence punching so goddamn hard? It doesn't make sense because it just doesn't make logical sense. That's what I'm saying. I mean, of course, we don't know exactly what the reasons are, but Crawford had the best performance and Spence had the worst performance. It's hard to gauge that. It's hard to give you one full credit, quote unquote, because we already know something's up. Yes, you won. Maybe it was meant to be or whatever the case, but let's acknowledge it. Let's not act like Spence is a C-level fighter all of a sudden. Let's not act like Derrick James is the worst trainer all of a sudden. All great trainers got fighters that took losses. What are we talking about?
I think they made that fight easy for Crawford. I just got done watching it this morning. They didn't come in there with a plan. Everything that Pool Counter broke down over the years, that all of us broke down on how Crawford could win the fight, Spence just gave it right on the platter to him. Spence didn't have strength. He didn't have any base. He had no punching power. His inside game, Crawford got the advantage there. I mean, he made it easy for Crawford. And to be honest with you, Crawford took off the gas for a few rounds. So
And did y'all notice Crawford didn't really hit him to the body? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, I mean, he hit him to the body, goddamn man. Some of that shit was like, oof.
They
Some
said
of
they
that shit.
heard Spence yelling in the ring, throwing punches.
That's what I heard that too, man. That's why it's been hard to watch anything on the shit because people are over the top with it. Oh my god, heard he was yelling in the ring. The shit sound like I don't know, man. It's almost like the fall of Deontay Wilder, bro. It was like, damn.
I kind of want to say this: if Spence fought that man in that condition, I hear what what's the name saying about how he ain't fighting the same and his feet and this and that. I feel like he could put up a pretty decent fight. The way he fought him in that condition and took on all that, if he's okay and that didn't affect him too much, I think he
Yeah, but boy, when you
put up a
take a
fight.
beating like
Spence's
that, that
advantages
takes
were
some.
gone. He didn't have not one.
yeah, I agree with you, but the only way that's going to happen is if he takes time off. He has to take more than 6 months off. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, Crawford and those guys have been studying him for years. So I agree with you, but he can't fight him in December. There won't be much of a difference, to be honest with you. You know, he needs a couple touch-ups at 54. You know, maybe get back with his old strength trainer, and then go back to the drawing table with Derrick James. But not in December. That's way too early.
And I
Yeah.
Charlo Crawford talk. Like, let's not do that. He can't even fight him right now. Charlo got to fight. Don't let Crawford ride on Charlo name, fight other people, because he's not going to fight no top competition unless they are vulnerable in some aspect. If Charlo come up here and get rocked by Canelo, then Crawford will probably fight him. Or if he go up here and have to have two fights with Canelo, then Charlo will probably fight him. But to think he just finna run up the 154 to the smoke, he's never done that. He still hasn't done that. So I don't know why people think he gonna start doing it all of a sudden.
Can I jump in here and kind of piggyback on what the Queen just said? I said this in the build up to this fight. The one thing that I was worried about is that Crawford was starving him out. I think all of the BS that he put up for the whole time that he was stalling this fight was only to make it harder for Spence to make a cut, to make the weight cut. I think that's what it was in the beginning. Without me trying to take anything from Crawford, at the same time, I don't care who you are. You can't tell me, you can't convince me that you looked at Errol Spence in the interview before the fight and said that he was right. You can't tell me that. And so I'm going to disagree with the brother there and saying that at 154, this won't be a better fight. It's going to be a much better fight at 154. Will he win? I don't know. A lot of variables in that. But at the same time, I knew, and I picked Spence by destruction. I knew after seeing Spence in the interview leading up to the fight that night, I saw him and he wasn't right. I said he looked like they woke him up just to do that interview. And then the other thing was,
he wasn't even sweating. And they say, when you see a boxer not sweating before they get in the ring, that's a bad sign.
It was so bad. Again, I went to the closed circuit viewing of the fight in Vegas. I didn't get into the fight. But I'm sitting next to my partner and I'm like, dude, they look like they literally like, oh, the people here to interview you for the fight, man. Wake up. You know, like they literally woke him up right then for that interview. And then when I saw Crawford get into the ring and I looked in his face, and I'm a coach. And if you've ever been a coach, anybody you've coached, you know that look. You know that look when your players or whoever you coaching is ready to go, like they locked in. You know that look. And I looked at Crawford. I said, this guy locked in. And I knew then, I didn't want to speak it into existence, but I'm like, this guy locked in. Errol Spence don't have a chance. And I look comparing the two. He don't have a chance. Before a punch was thrown, and then the confirmation was for me was in the first round. And even though Spence won, I had him winning that round. I didn't like what I saw. His balance was bad. His legs were bad from the very beginning. And then I saw him lunging forward with that looping left hand. I said, he's going to get clipped on that.
Yeah, that's it.
He's going to get clipped. I didn't like what I saw. I said, this dude getting ready to it's getting ready to get ugly if he keeps doing that. The one thing I said that was, because I went to the Porter Crawford fight. And the one thing I said if Porter is giving Crawford this kind of trouble with his pressure, and I knew he was going to eventually time Porter coming in, continually coming in like that. I knew he was going to time him eventually. I said Spence's pressure is different. It's with his feet and distance. He maintains his distance to a fighter and keeps them in danger. That's the way his pressure is. It's not a lunging pressure. But when we got into this fight, we saw him lunge from the very beginning. And once Crawford got him lunging, it was over.
Yo,
it was over.
He was actually, like I said, that's what you saw exactly what I seen, brother. But the difference in my opinion and what I don't know everybody's seeing, bro, Errol Spence has been lunging for a while now. It started against Ugas. He's been lunging for a while now.
I would like for you to go back and compare the two. He did throw looping lefts. He did throw looping lefts, but they weren't from distance. They weren't from a long way out.
Distance. EJ used to close when EJ was at his best, he was closing distance with short, choppy steps, like he's supposed to. EJ is either lunging from across the ring to hit you now, or he is taking low, wide steps to get to you, which is too slow. EJ is not taking short, choppy steps nowhere in the ring at no point ever since Danny Garcia.
Absolutely. That will never work against Crawford. But all that being said, my point is the guy wasn't right the whole time. And I think he knew he wasn't right the whole time. And I think he was impatient. I think he felt like, I don't have enough to go the distance with this guy to be patient. I got to go get him early. That's what I believe. Can I prove that? No. But at the same time, you got all these people saying, "Hey, this we making excuses and this that." It's not an excuse to make an observation. Just to speak what was obvious to everybody. The dude wasn't right in the ring. The dude was not right in the ring.
I mean, if you've been watching, and you watch film study like we do, the boxing aficionados, and you can hear what King Judah saying, you can hear what 2 Cent Boxing saying, you can hear what everybody's saying. This is not taken from Crawford. We're trying to find out what happened, why we didn't get the Spence that we usually see, and everybody want to say that it's due to Crawford brilliance. Crawford fought a brilliant fight. He showed all the skills, that we usually see. So he was 100% with Crawford, but what we didn't see was a 100% Errol Spence Jr. We didn't see all the skills that we used to see. Even if you go out on your shield, you know what I'm saying? Like Deontay Wilder, he went out Deontay Wilder, in that fight because, Fury do all kind of different tactics, leaning on you. Deontay Wilder, he was heavier, but he looked like Wilder though, He looked like what we know how he fight. So when we seen EJ going in there just lunging and just going for broke, like all hope is lost and he can't hardly move, he's lethargic, so never seen him that small in a fight, never seen him that small, didn't rehydrate. This is a lot of things you see from your side. Let's say if Crawford, let's flip script. Let's say if Crawford go in there and he wasn't as fast as he was. Let's say he's throwing that'd be like Crawford throwing 1-2 combinations all fight. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that dynamic. You know what I'm saying? He's not able to move in the ring. You'd be like, damn, that was Bud. Something was wrong with Bud because he didn't, he didn't fight the way we usually see him fight. So it looked like one fighter was at the top of his game, and this ain't Crawford fault. We're just examining what was up with EJ, not looking, being a younger man, and not performing the way we used to see him perform, and everybody wanted to say, okay, that was due to Crawford. No, it wasn't due to Crawford. It was absolutely not off about that man, because I kind of compared it to the Mike Riviera versus Frank Martin. If you looked at Riviera that fight, man, he was fucked up, bro. I mean, he could barely move. If you look at his other fights, that motherfucker was dynamic. I don't think Frank Martin just came in there and just had a dominant performance. Riviera didn't look nothing like himself, and I'm a Frank Martin fan. I'm all about Frank Martin whipping his ass, but if you look at and then when you go behind the scenes, you find out the motherfucker was fainting to make the weight. You know what I'm saying? He was in the hospital and all this shit and trying to make the weight. So I said, shit. I said, you can't fight at that weight class, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can't operate at a high level once you're done with a weight class. And we so used to seeing EJ dominate in that weight class that it was hard to like really, give it credibility. You know what I'm saying? Because he had been at that weight class dominating for so long. Mm-hmm. But once your body change at 30, once you start moving your weight around at 30, ask Roy Jones Jr., bro. It's like
exactly.
You can't do it, bro. You can't.
You cannot.
You know what I'm saying?
I think. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay. I think. And I said this before the fight. Everybody points back to the 2018 confrontation when Crawford said, and I think Crawford really did this very brilliantly. He said, "Hey, they're gonna say when I stop him, he was in the weight class too long." Well, he did that on purpose.
Yeah.
He also said, I'm playing chess while everybody else playing checkers. He planned this. Just the way it happened. All of the BS he asked for in the negotiations leading up to the fight. Then he takes another fight. And then before Spence gets another fight in, okay, let's spin the block now. Now we want to negotiate. And he drags that negotiation out. So to the tune of 15 months when this guy was already having issues making the weight.
Well, but to Crawford, I mean, EJ, he signed a contract for that shit.
I got you. That's the part where I said you cannot blame Crawford. You got to give him all the credit. And I think Spence said that himself. He said, "Hey, this is what I signed up for. I agreed to the weight and everything like that. So ain't no excuses. So fine, Errol's going to say that. Errol's going to say that because he wanted to be undisputed. And I don't think it was Crawford necessarily that he really wanted to fight. He wanted to be undisputed that bad.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be undisputed that bad, and that's what Crawford used against him. He held on to that belt, played keep away, and I said and said basically we're gonna starve you out. We're gonna make it so hard for you to make this weight where you have nothing when you leading into the fight. And that's what the Queen said. She said, "Hey, you know what I'm saying? He don't go into fights unless he have an advantage. He doesn't do it."
Who called Crawford the Black Canelo?
I didn't hear that part. I'm not so sure who said that, but the Queen said just before I spoke, the Queen was saying the guy does not go into fights unless he has some type of an advantage, and that's what he created. I truly believe that.
For all y'all know, I always call Crawford the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? I always call him the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He moves just like Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fight when everybody was banging at PBC. He stayed clear, stayed healthy. See, when you fight, okay, I want y'all to check this out. When you fighting, you know what I'm saying, the best in the division, it's taking fights out of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's taking fight. When you fight the best, you know what I'm saying, in the division, and then you have a car crash and all that shit, it's taking fights out of you. You don't know what your expiration date gonna be. Spence could have went up to 154 and lost. You know what I'm saying? Just because, you know what I'm saying, you don't know how many fights he got left because you're fighting the best in the division. Now, when you're not fighting the best in the division, you know what I'm saying, you still got fights in you. Every tough fight that you have, like that Ugas fight, Ugas was hitting EJ to the body. It's taking shit out of you, bro. Every tough fight, because you're human. Like football players. You know what I'm saying? Every game, every season that they have, it's taking something out of them. You know what I'm saying? A running back career usually ain't no more than 4 or 5 years of their best years. You know what I'm saying? Because they have to get hits. You know what I'm saying? They get hit by big-ass linebackers. And at the end of their career, they be fucked up. I'm talking about every football player got arthritis. They can't hardly fucking walk. You know what I'm saying? They need some kind of therapy. You know what I'm saying? Any physical sport, you know what I'm saying, that your body takes, you know what I'm saying, any kind of beating, You know what I'm saying? Especially fighters. You know what I'm saying? Shit is taken out of you every tough fight. So if every one of your fights you have is a tough battle, you know what I'm saying, you're going to be diminished in each fight. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're not fighting the top competition, if you're going to take a hit to your head, if you're going to take a hit to your ribs, you know what I'm saying, it's taking something out of you. And I think Spence went through the gauntlet. You know what I'm saying? I think he went through the gauntlet, you know, of fighters. You know what I'm saying? When he fought Danny Garcia, he fought Ugas, you know what I'm saying? He fought Sean Porter. Those were battles, bro. And then he started late in life. You know what I'm saying? He started late in the game. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think all that, you know, going straight to the best hurt him. Without tune-ups, it hurt him. It hurt his mentality, thinking that, you know, it gave him a sense of bravado that he shouldn't have had. You know what I'm saying? He should have still been strategic. And I think that's one of EJ's weakness, is that he do want to be the Hulk going straight into a fight. He want to persevere through everything instead of being strategic. That's his weakness. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Everybody in boxing today, it's not old school throwback where, you know, they want you at your best and beat you down at your best. No, they want to beat you when, you know what I'm saying, they see an opportunity where you may lose. Just like they had Rocky Marciano fight Joe Louis. You know what I'm saying? They didn't fight Joe Louis in 1941. No, they fought him at the end of his shit when they could just sell his name. You know what I'm saying, to make Rocky Marciano name bigger. You know what I'm saying? It's like they didn't fight the Browns bomber when he was dropping motherfuckers with one shot. You know what I'm saying? Triple G. I mean, Canelo didn't fight Triple G when he was just going through motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? He fought him at the end. You know what I'm saying? When that motherfucker slowed down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He looked human. And so these fighters today, you know what I'm saying, they're looking for, you know, they're not looking to fight guys when they're at their tip top and at their peak. And I just believe that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're going to see from now on. People, you know, it's very rare that we're going to see the best fight the best at the top in their prime.
Right.
When both fighters are, you know what I'm saying, at the best. You know what I'm saying? So that's my problem with the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because, you know, EJ really did a great, I mean, with fighting all those fights he's fought, he really built his brand. He really gained a lot of fanship for going and not taking tune-ups, really added another element to his fame because he was able to come off a car crash and do these great things and beat guys, you know what I'm saying? So it really sold, you know what I'm saying, like he was like Superman, but, you know, he's human. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you know, like we watched Roy Jones. Didn't Roy Jones look like he was invincible, bro? Didn't he look
Absolutely.
He looked, and boy, you couldn't tell a motherfucker that you could touch Roy Jones until he did, until he looked you, until he got knocked out.
But again, you know, that was a situation, just to touch on that, that was a situation where I told people in the beginning, I said, if you're going up to heavyweight, you need to stay there or retire. That's just entirely too much weight to put on in muscle and then cut it back out at his age, what his age was at that time. You know, and it was too much. It was too much. He wasn't gonna never come back down to light heavyweight and be Roy Jones again. It wasn't gonna happen.
And look how fast he tried to do it.
Absolutely.
Look how fast. You know, when you're in your 30s and shit don't work the same as when you was in your 20s. You know, I
said whoever thinks Antonio Tarver would have beat Roy Jones at his best is losing their mind. It would have never happened. It would have never happened. He would have tore Antonio Tarver up.
And you didn't hear Antonio Tarver back then either when he was at his best. Antonio Tarver wasn't coming around talking shit then.
Actually, he was. Before he was calling out Roy, but you know, and Roy
not when he was getting the IBF belt, not when he was getting his belts at 160. I think it was, because he started at 154. Remember?
No, not at 160. Not at 160, but at 175, he was calling Roy out.
Right, 175, but that was at the end. You know what I'm saying? Because there was times when Roy didn't even have a fight, bro. He was looking for fights. You know what I'm saying?
At 175, before he went up to heavyweight, that's when Tyra was calling him out heavy.
Right.
He was calling him out heavy.
And see, Roy was going to different weight classes looking for challenges. You know what I'm saying? He was looking for challenges. That then all of a sudden Antonio Tarver came out of nowhere, even though they're peers. Even though they are peers, they, you know what I'm saying? Tarver was in the game for a long time. Where was he? You know what I'm saying? All that time. I wasn't even aware of who he was, and he's from my goddamn state. You know what I'm saying? I never had heard of him. But you know what I'm saying? But strategically, he was waiting to take out Roy.
Yeah,
you know
one of the things I think that was the history with them is that I think they had a history in the amateurs. I can't exactly either Tarver beat Roy in the amateurs or thought he beat Roy in the amateurs or something like that, and you know that's what made him start calling him out at light heavyweight. And the thing about it is, I told him, I said in the beginning, I said, now he cannot go up to heavyweight and drop back down. It's not going to happen at this age, at the age he is. And he was 35, 36.
Yeah, and like TZ Frank was saying, he was on that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's another thing that plays in the boxing that, you know, people don't want to admit. That a lot of these guys, they know how to beat the system by using the shit early, getting the benefits of steroids, you know what I'm saying, early, being able to work out, break your body down and recover and be able to work out again. But then you don't have to be on the juice when it comes time for the fight. That's something that a lot of the English boxers, because they don't get tested outside of fight time. They don't get tested. You know what I'm saying? When they're not into a fight or they're not contracted for a fight, they don't get tested by violence. So you can juice outside the fight, you know what I'm saying, as long as you're not fighting, you know what I'm saying, you're not going to get tested by violence. So you can get the benefits of working out and juicing, you know what I'm saying, outside of your contract and stuff.
Well,
so, you know,
what I found when it comes to that, a lot of people, I'm not sure, I can't really call a percentage, but a lot of people think that juice is something that somebody take right before the fight and it just gives them all type of superhuman strength. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. So when Floyd Mayweather got the IV before the Manny fight, I said, there's nothing, you know, you can complain about that all you want, but there's nothing that he can put in that IV that's going to help him in the fight.
Right. It ain't like what's that stuff they ban, amphetamines, where it gives you the hype, you know, where you get hyper and you get the breathe, you know, your heart get to beat faster, and it ain't nothing like that. Like you know, like when you juice, you know what I'm saying, all it does is just help you work harder, you know what I'm saying, to build muscle and to build stamina, right? So if you outside of the contract, let's say, you know, a year from now that you're going to be fighting somebody, you know, say you could juice all you want to, you know. David Avedisian don't give a damn about no juice because he'd ever lose any motherfucking way.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? So you can see that it's strategic. People don't want to get into the details of how dirty this shit is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That you could use steroids to get in top shape, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, Roy Jones he did steroids for that what was that? Richardson fight? What was that? And Richardson, he was doing steroids too. They both were steroid monsters in there.
Yeah.
And he had the nerve to call out Roy Jones Jr. for doing steroids, and he was on the shit too.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you see these big gaps in between fights with a lot of these guys. Why you see those big gaps, because what it does is it gives you recovery and it puts more oxygen in the blood so you can recover better and you can continue to work out like a machine and build that strength. You know what I'm saying? That's what the steroids do. They don't just give you no superhuman strength as soon as you take them. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Yeah, you still have to work out using steroids, and you're
Absolutely.
able to keep about 70 or 80% of the strength that you gain while working out on steroids.
Absolutely.
Like I said,
So,
it's a science to it, right? You know what I'm saying? But these guys got it down to a pack. You know what I'm saying? They got it down to a pack. You know, for you to be getting older and you still operating like you 23, you know what I'm saying? That should be, it's like Floyd Mayweather said. You know, he watched Manny Pacquiao. And Manny Pacquiao just blew through divisions. You know, guys who've been at those weights their entire career, he beating them up like he's in the next weight class. He killing them. You know what I'm saying? Going through, he destroyed Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? He destroyed Cotto. You know what I'm saying? Just going from division to division, just beating the shit out of people. And you 5'4", you 5'4", you come up from 108, and nobody's supposed to say, okay, man, something going on here. That's why Floyd said, I just want the fight to be, I just want
on
the fight
an even playing field.
On an even playing field. You know, so the shit makes sense, bro. You know, you just got to use your, you know, you got to, it's circumstantial. You know, all of it is circumstantial, but it is, you got to use your logic, you know what I'm saying, in this, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, people, you know, they just want to, they don't want to think about these kind of things. But when you a real boxing fan, you want to look at all of it, bro. You want to look at all of it. It ain't going to change what happened in the fight, but at least it makes sense to you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's the thing. You want it to make sense. And
Absolutely.
In this fight, it didn't make sense for that Errol with no energy, you know what I'm saying, with no balance, get pushed over with a jab. That shit, his performance decreased. It was just so bad that it just wasn't him. You know what I'm saying? His performance was that bad. You know what I'm saying?
It looked like he was taking performance decreasing drugs.
Right. So if EJ would have went out there and been competitive and Crawford would have knocked him out, I would have rather that than to see, you know what I'm saying, EJ act like, you know what I'm saying, go out there with no footwork, with no ability to come forward, period. That Crawford just come out there like he been at 147 longer than EJ. Like he's the bigger, stronger dude. That just don't make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? It didn't make no sense because that's what EJ does. He go out there and, you know, dominate the opponent. So you're going to go out that way. You don't go out like, you know what I'm saying, getting pushed down by a jab. You don't go out there just acting like you have no fucking defense. You know what I'm saying? It was just, it just didn't look right. You know what I'm saying? And I know people going to be like, you know, you take credit for Crawford. No, we can't take credit for Crawford. We can't do it. I mean, he won.
And everybody's like, oh, Gamboa put up a better fight. Oh, Mean Machine put up a better fight. Oh, Abanichi put up a better fight. And I'm like, y'all don't think that's suspicious? Listen to what y'all saying. You're saying all the people we've been complaining about this lesser competition this whole time put up a better fight than Spence. That don't make sense, y'all. He didn't even get touched by Spence at all, but all these other Gamboa was able to rock him. That don't make sense.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It's like he was eating EJ punches, bro. You know what I'm saying? Who eats EJ punches like that?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Who have we seen eat EJ punches like that? You know what I'm saying? He took a shot to the body. Crawford took a shot to the body from EJ, and he ate that shit like it wasn't nothing.
I seen EJ hit him with an overhand right, and his head barely even moved. And I'm like, if EJ was who EJ was, Crawford would, even with that masterful performance he put on, he still would have had some damage, and it would have been tougher, way tougher.
And people, you know what I'm saying, it's the victory clouds all the details. You know what I'm saying? The victory of Crawford, you know, his beautiful performance, you know what I'm saying? Some of the shit that Crawford was doing in there, he was styling on EJ, right? And it's like, bro, what is going on here? You know, he was styling on EJ like he was an amateur or something. And come on now, y'all know better than that. Y'all know better than that. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, Crawford had the glow, but EJ, you know what I'm saying, he just didn't look right, bro. He didn't look right at all, bro. He looked
man, and the whole thing with me is we were saying this before the fight actually happened. You know what I mean? Everybody's seen this before the fight actually happened. We didn't wait till he got his ass whooped and said that he didn't look right. Everybody's saying before the fight, this guy ain't right. He ain't right.
I mean, did you see his eyes on the ring wall?
Dude.
Did you see, have you ever seen EJ look like, you know what I'm saying, like he was like, just wasn't feeling like he was gonna throw up something, or like bro, and everybody talking about it's the pressure of the fight. EJ, all he fight is big fights. That's all he does. He fight the best in the division. You know what I'm saying? So everybody thinking like Crawford, this being his biggest fight, like EJ was gonna be different. Like the moment got to him or something. No, bro, y'all seen how calm EJ been the entire time. That has never been this guy's character. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the pattern. You know what I'm saying? This guy goes into top fights after car crashes, bro. So what are you talking about? It wasn't no damn pressure getting to this guy. It's something else happened. You know what I'm saying? Something else happened in this fight, bro. Either he just wasn't able to pull that shit together in his preparation. You know what I'm saying? Every fighter goes into a fight not 100%, right? But sometimes those things, you don't know how fucked up you are until you get in the ring, bro. And I'm just like looking at this dude. I'm just like, what is going on? What is he doing? You know what I'm saying? Like from the first round, I was like, God damn, bro. It's like you're not pressing forward. Your timing is off. And I guess I'm saying, like, I wanted the man to take a tune up. I wanted him to prepare right for Crawford. And I'm thinking all this time, EJ, they being just as, responsible, for all the strategy. I'm thinking about Derek James, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking they're covering all the holes that, you see my videos and what I thought that EJ had to prepare for. And I'm saying, if I could see this as a common fan, as a regular, boxing aficionado, I'm saying, I'm sure that Derek James is preparing for these things. And then you get into the fight and he's doing everything I said he shouldn't do.
Absolutely. And I said the same thing.
I don't think it's like he couldn't even think clearly. He was so dehydrated. Being dehydrated is dangerous. That's like worse than being drunk. You can't think right. You can't move right. You delusional. Like, that shit is not right. And let's say he may have some type of quote unquote neurological effects from his accident. The dehydration is only going to exacerbate them and make them even worse. So it may not be that he's declined so much that he can't fight. It's just that the dehydration affected and exasperated whatever is going on with him, which made him look 30 times even worse.
You're absolutely correct.
And see, the thing that really they're talking about coping with the loss and all this, but what we're trying to understand is why did his performance drop off? And I think everybody want to just say, Crawford is a more complete fighter, a more dominant fighter. I think it's more than that. So they don't want to look at that this man, there might have been something going on with him, because when you drop off that much, they don't want to really look into that. They just want to give Crawford all this credit for being a greater fighter, but if you catch a fight at the right time, if he's in decline, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's the thing that kind of messes up your mind, because you want to know, bro, what happened, bro? How was you feeling? But EJ is never going to be the type of fighter that come out and make excuses. You know what I'm saying? He's going to take his L, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to walk with that. But I just wish I could have a conversation with somebody who knows some kind of inside information. Like, I'm hearing about rib injuries and all kind of shit now, and behind the scenes.
If anybody knows some inside information, hit up Pool Counter.
Yeah, for sure, man. But I do believe it'll come out later. You know what I'm saying? I do believe it. Just like 30 years later, we find out that Tommy Hearns had tired legs. He said, man, his legs was tired as hell when he ended that fight. And then when you go back and watch, you say, yeah, man, you were all falling all over the fucking place, and you hadn't even taken a shot yet. So it's just like, bro, it's like you got to pay attention, you know. And I'm not even a Tommy Hearn fan like that. I was going for Marvin Hagler, you know what I'm saying? That, you know what I'm saying? But his legs was gone, bro, in the second round. I'm just like, he ain't taking the ass whipping yet. I'm like, bro, I'm going back 30 years later looking. I'm like, man, my man legs were fucked up.
Yeah,
that shit don't make no sense.
I said the same thing because, you know, years later, Tommy actually was one of my favorite fighters. I think Tommy Hearns was basically a chin away from being one of the greatest of all time. Looking at that fight with more of a educated eye, I definitely seen the same thing. I definitely seen the same thing.
Yeah, his legs was gone for no reason. You took a couple of shots, and I'm talking about I'm talking about grazing shots, and he falling back into the ropes like his legs were gone. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? I said I didn't notice this before because I wanted him to lose. You know what I'm saying? Because of him and Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I'm saying? I wanted him to lose, but then when you take a close look, go back and take a look at that fight and watch Tommy legs, man, before he get Falumaloon by Marvin Hagler, and watch his legs, and y'all gonna be like, what the hell is going on here? You know what I'm saying? It's like, wow, he was right, man. He said he told Emmanuel Stewart that he was tired, his legs were tired. And I was like, wow, bro, I did not know that. You know, the Kegi says, pool kind of boxing. I think it was AM Sports Media that reported that someone inside camp told EJ he had rib injury and couldn't spar for 6 weeks of his camp. See, god damn, man, EJ just have the worst when it comes to these things. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to
that caused him not to be able to cut the weight like he needed to.
Because sparring actually helps you cut weight. That's that I heard that also. The person I heard it from, I don't really have a reason to think they lied about it. They said that it's something that they know. You know what I mean? But yeah, I heard that same thing.
And let me tell you something. Believe it or not, these sparring partners be talking. You know what I'm saying? They be knowing what's going on in each other's camps. You know what I'm saying? If Crawford found out anything that about this rib injury or anything, you know, because Mayweather be knowing what's going on in other guys' camps. He be knowing when they get up and train. He be knowing everything. You know what I'm saying? And if Bud knew that EJ wasn't 100%, then that explains why he came out the way he did. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, came straight to him.
That explains a lot. It could be as simple as that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could be as simple as that, and we're just overthinking it. You know what I'm saying? Because these fighters be knowing, and these you don't think money exchange hands. You know what I'm saying? Sparring partners don't make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But if there's a big fight, and you know you can make, you know what I'm saying, 5 racks or 15 racks. Hey man, EJ just had a rib injury, man. Y'all need to know that. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't even sparring right now. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can make a quick lick. Go ahead.
That could even go towards him, you know, his timing being off. That definitely can account for that.
So
dehydration and a rib injury.
Yeah.
If he would have came through that, I think Spence believes he can overcome anything, and that would have been extremely impressive.
And that's his weakness, man. His hubris is his weakness. You know what I'm saying? He think he could just overcome anything when you need to do what you're supposed to do. Postpone the fight. I got a rib injury. You know what I'm saying? Postpone the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is on the line. Your reputation, your undefeated record, everything. If something wrong with you, it's up to you. It's up to you before you take that L, because that L is going to last. You know what I'm saying? The L, now losing ain't everything. You know what I'm saying? If you come back at 154 and let's say he loses, but in a competitive fashion, I think everybody can deal with that. I think everybody can accept that.
Exactly.
I think everybody can accept that. If he goes up there, but he looks like EJ, you know what I'm saying, and he just loses because, you know what I'm saying, Crawford has just got the skills and everything like that. I think people could accept that, but to lose in this manner, it's like, I don't know, something off. Something off.
It's like Spence traumatized his whole fan base.
Right.
Everybody is like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's just unbelievable. But my thing too, if he really was suffering from some type of neurological whatever they talking about, why would Derek James tell him immediately after the fight, don't worry about it, we got the rematch, or whatever he said, something to that extent that he said.
Let me get this super chat from Don Shouter 24. Thank you for that 499. He said I think DJ plate too full. He said hearing EJ in sparring 6 weeks before neither. He says either. He says in the week of the fight he was running to make weight. Maybe he need a new team. And I don't know what's this dude name here. He says Full kind of mad because EJ lost. It's like, bro, I don't even have the energy for that dumbass shit. Yeah, of course I'm mad because he lost. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like that. Don't be an idiot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Eric Johnson says, man, Bud ain't never displayed that type of power before. He dropped EJ with a jab and he had him bleeding within 3 rounds. And that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, you know, it's almost like Bud became a super saiyan. You know what I'm saying? A super Negro, you know what I'm saying, overnight. You know what I'm saying? It's like he became, you know, saying like the best version of himself. And, you know what I'm saying, his power increased. You know what I'm saying? You don't increase power like that as you get older, bro. You don't become a more perfect self at 35. You know what I'm saying? If he was 28, maybe 30, maybe 31, I would say, yeah, oh my God, this dude has improved. But at 35, bro, you're not moving like that. You're not moving like you're 21, bro. You're not moving like that. You know what I'm saying? EJ is the younger man. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like his performance was so much better. I mean, I've seen Mayweather at his best late in his 30s, but he wasn't looking like that. His power wasn't better. You know what I'm saying? His speed wasn't better. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to use your common sense. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody wants to say it's sour grapes, but we're going to examine these things, and you know what I'm saying, we're just not going to slather all victory on Bud Crawford. We're going to look at what was going on with EJ. So if you can't stand that, then that's on you. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do what we do over here. Let's see. Ramen Emily Jones says it has nothing to do with Bud. Said he has cognitive deterioration, and it's set on onset of dementia. He says the motor skills are not there. He said EJ doesn't really need to fight anymore. God, I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case also. But the other point I wanted to touch on was, in comparison, if all of us, just about all of us, who whether you were a Bud fan or EJ fan, if you put all those together, just about all of those said the same thing about Deontay Wilder in the second fight against Tyson Fury. Just about all of us said the same thing. And in comparison, if you can sit up there and say, hey, Deontay Wilder was not right in that second fight, you got to say the same thing about EJ in this fight. Because it was almost identical. It was almost identical. But you know, it's like because the fan bases, you know what I'm saying, are so hostile, you know what I'm saying, about so passionate about you know, these two fighters, you know what I'm saying, they don't want to look into that. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to look into the performances. They don't want to look into they want to just believe what they want to believe about what happened in the fight. And they don't want to look at the nuances, you know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about the nuances. All they care about is they got one. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Be like
Absolutely.
that. You know, that's fine. Be like that. I'm not telling you not to, you know, take your victory lap or talk the shit. I'm just looking at what happened on the other side. I'm trying to figure out why this man diminished so much. And now they're calling EJ a B-level fighter, a C-level fighter. You know what I'm saying? And we know that's not true.
Absolutely not.
You know, you got Tarver out here, you know, talking shit about trainer of the year. You know, just people settling old scores. You know, the petty people settling old scores. You know, why they calling him trainer of the year? But you're not talking about Jermell Charlo being undisputed. He got him to be undisputed. You're not talking about how EJ won. He got EJ to the point the way he could win 3 belts. You're not talking about that. You're just talking about this one loss. You know what I'm saying? Any fighter can take one loss. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason. And we're just talking about what maybe are the reasons EJ might have lost his fight. What did he not prepare for? What was he thinking up to the fight? What happened in training camp? We're trying to figure that stuff out. And if you guys don't want us talking about that, then click on out. You know what I'm saying? This is not your cup of tea, because what we say here don't set history. We're just boxing aficionados going over all the details. So, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people try to police boxing talk and, you know what I'm saying, really try to set a precedence of what we can say or what we think of the sport. I'm like, hey, bro, I'm going to talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. And I reiterate that because I have so many idiots come in here. You know, you just mad because EJ lost. Yes, I am mad that he lost, motherfucker. I am. I'm pissed because I wanted to see more competitive EJ. I wanted to see EJ go out or win the way we saw him unify 3 times. You know what I'm saying? And that's doing what he do. You know what I'm saying? It looked like he couldn't do that because it looked like he wasn't himself. And nobody wants to say anything about that. What's going on, Clarence McLean? I see you, my brother. No Duck Zone podcast. What's happening, my brother? You know what I'm saying? I see you out there. And Cock Killer he says, oh, you just got his cock. What's going on, bro? Yeah, he's too prideful. You know what I'm saying? And I think, you know, his weakness is preparation and, you know, just having that, thinking he can just overcome any obstacle. And I'm saying, like, bro, when you're not 20-something anymore, bro, you can't just bulldog your way through everything. You got to use planning and preparation. You know what I'm saying? And I think EJ, if he had like an injury in sparring, I know 30 million is 30 million, and that's generational wealth. And I'm thinking back to when EJ started talking a lot about generational wealth. And I was like, when has he ever talked about that before? I mean, I know he talked about that with Al Heyman early in his career, how he was, you know, saying trying to secure his family and everything like that. But in this fight, he talked about that a little bit more than I've heard him talk about securing money for his family. Remember how he was talking about that all the time? This is for my family and da 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 da. I'm like, why is he talking about that? He talked a little bit about legacy, but he more talked about grabbing the bag. He talked about grabbing the bag more. Now he started talking about the business of boxing more, how he understands the business of boxing. I'm like, what's going on here? There's a change of tone here, just a slight change of tone, talking more about money than anything.
Right. And that don't sound like poor. That don't sound like somebody who might know that they have cognitive decline and they don't have long live.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to pay attention, you know, to what's going on. Because I was like, EJ is really talking about the business side more than anything now. I've never heard him, you know, act like that. If you look at the young man who's talking about he's going to go out here and dominate everybody. He's going to go out here and beat everybody in. Now all of a sudden he's older. He says he's mature. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, what is that? Where is that bravado from the fight? Well, I'm going to be undisputed, you know what I'm saying, regardless of anything. Let me see. Let me get 2 cents boxing up in here. So, I don't know. It just kind of felt like he was changing a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like he knew something. And he was just kind of making a preference to what we might see out there in the ring. And that's kind of what I feel about it. Am I mad that EJ lost? You goddamn right I'm mad he lost. But you think I'm gonna get up here and say, no, I'm not mad. I don't get emotionally attached to these fights.
I'm just mad at the way he lost. That's my issue.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if that's your favorite fighter, of course you pissed. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand these guys that you have the boxing face supposed to talk about the fight. That's why your ass is in the chat trying to troll. You know what I'm saying? Because you care about your fighter and the way they go.
I can barely hear you, Paul. You sound far away.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what these boxing dudes or what these trolls be trying to prove when they say that. Yeah, I'm pissed off.
Oh no, what the whole password is?
Hello? What was that? Somebody said something.
Oh no, I actually I'm sitting here talking while I was working, so I was kind of talking through something at work that time.
Somebody said EJ had a nosebleed in sparring. Was that video real?
I don't know.
I thought it looked like somebody had edited that or something. I seen a video where his nose was bleeding, but it looked like it might have been edited.
Yeah, what it was that was back when he sparred Frank Martin, and when Frank was getting ready for his fight, they showed the sparring, and I guess Frank bloodied his nose in the sparring, and he went on camera with that.
And see, this is, you know what I'm saying, when you stick with your fighter when he's down or when he take a loss, that just shows that, you know, you're a real boxing fan. You know, I mean, nobody's abandoning EJ. Some probably have, some probably looking to boot Ennis. You know, but the man, you know, he's got to work on his comeback if he will come back. Whether it's he have you know, some kind of cognitive decline, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got to get more information on it, bro. I've been seeing so many channels talking about his cognitive decline, and it's just like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I just hope it ain't, you know, to like on some Ali shit, you know, like, you know, the next time we see him, he look worse in the ring.
And he'll go out like that too. I feel like he'll go out like that. He was willing to fight with that torn retina and go blind. So he loved to fight. He said himself, he in the hospital coming out of a coma, asking to fight Terrence Crawford. Nobody with that type of tenacity and will is gonna get in a ring and fight like that. You think he did all of that to look like that? Come on, y'all.
Yeah, but when you get inside the real spirit of a real fighter, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes they're, you know, too brave for their own good. Will he ever admit that he was off? I don't know. That's why I want to go down there and talk to him. You know what I'm saying? I want to go down there and maybe since the limelight, you know, so once the limelight get off him, maybe he'll be training and then I could go down there. Cause I know where he at now. Cause I had a hard time finding his gym. And I just want to go in there and ask him. I wonder if he, but you know what? I don't know if he'll talk to me because he's very particular about who he talked to and who he lets inside. You know what I'm saying? But I would sure like to go down there and ask him, man, was anything going on in sparring? You know what I'm saying? Or talk to some of the people around him and find out some, you know, just do some investigation. And, you know, I'm close enough to EJ to where I can, to Dallas where I could do that. You know what I'm saying? Go down there and just have a conversation with everybody and see what the fuck happened, bro. You know, get some info.
Not my bad. No, I was just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, a lot of people don't like to hear what I'm saying, bro. But I done brought this up before, for you know that I'm not a fan, bro, of brawlers. I'm not. So what I'm trying to point out is there is a change in EJ's style, bro, and what he's doing in the ring. Because I'm gonna be real with y'all. Since Danny Garcia, bro, I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing out of EJ. Because EJ at first, bro, the whole thing, the way I saw EJ and the way a lot of people saw EJ was, you know, he grew up in a Mexican gym, so we know he got that style where he can come forward and apply that pressure like a Mexican. But we also knew that he had the feet of a black man when he wanted to use them. That's what made him so special. But since Danny Garcia, bro, all I see is a brawler. EJ is no different than any Hispanic fighter out there right now. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but right now EJ is a pure brawler. That's it. That's it. And they don't have nothing to do. Listen, they don't have nothing to do with being wagering at all.
Well, this is he fought Uthas back in 2022. I think 21, right? 21, wasn't it? When did he fight Uthas? What was the date on that? You know what I'm saying?
It was February, right? Am I tripping? February.
Oh, 2021 or 22?
It was 22.
22. Okay. So what I'm trying to get to is in that fight, he was moving in that fight. He was moving. He got on the inside. You know, he was moving around in that fight. In this fight, you didn't see. He didn't look as strong. He didn't look like something. He was just off, bro. You know, the way he was throwing his punches in the Ugas fight, the distance that he used at times when he needed to use his distance, the way he moved around Ugas, you know what I'm saying, in that fight. You know what I'm saying? He just didn't seem to have that same kind of awareness, the awareness that he had in the fight, the way he was able to block the right hook of Ugas when it was coming around. He got caught with it a couple of times. He was able to catch it. It just wasn't there, bro. It's just it just seemed like he just wasn't ready for Crawford, bro. You know what I'm saying? And to fall off that far, you know what I'm saying, in this short amount of time, I don't know, maybe, you know, that I think 15 months is a long time in boxing to go without fighting.
It's a lifetime. It's a lifetime.
It's a long time. Mm-hmm.
Another thing I noticed too is that, bro, counterpunching is out the window, bro. Now I know that he done had 2 layoffs, right? His timing off, so I know they got a lot to do with why he not counterpunching, bro. But the EJ I like to watch was a counterpuncher too. He was everything. He had a good jab, he had good footwork, he had good defense, he can work the body, and he will counterpunch you if he catch you slipping. I haven't seen EJ counterpunch nobody since Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia was the last fight I seen EJ in. I know a lot of y'all like to say that Ugas fight. All I saw was 50% of EJ because all he did was came forward and tried to break Ugas down. I did not see 100% of EJ in that fight either.
I think I honestly I don't really think that EJ's a brawler. I think I think at his best he's a mixture of counter and pressure, but I don't necessarily think it's a brawling type of pressure that he puts on. I think he picks his shots very well with his pressure when he's at his best. And you're right, he does counter punch when he's at his best. So I mean, I thought that it would take a mixture between Ugas and Danny Garcia or Mikey Garcia to beat Terrence Crawford.
Right.
That was in my estimation what he needed to do, the style he needed to fight in order to beat Terrence Crawford. And I thought that he would do that and he would destroy Terrence Crawford. I was wrong. I was thoroughly wrong about that. But at the same time, I don't care what nobody say. I know everybody talking about excuses, this, excuses, that. It ain't excuses to point out what was obvious in the whole situation.
Well, when you look at all the experience that EJ has, and I think he put it together with Danny Garcia after a layoff, right? And once a fighter had so much experience, all the shit started to come together, and we start seeing Errol Spence Jr. skills come together. Okay, we thinking, okay, with this fight with Bud Crawford, all this shit that he's experienced, it was going to all come together, and he was going to be able to mix it up. Well, we didn't see none of that, bro. We didn't see, when a fighter, have all the experience, he's got the confidence, he took 3 belts from 3 different champions, and then he just fall apart, you know what I'm saying, from a guy that's unproven. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, bro, that don't make no sense. So we didn't see none of his skills come together. Like you said, we've been studying this shit for 4 years, and like you say, my brother Chris, we didn't see none of the Danny Garcia shit. We didn't see none of the Uga shit. We didn't see none of it come together. Like King Judas said, we didn't see none of the outside, inside shit, in this fight. We didn't see none of it. Let me get this super chat. Don Shot 24. Thank you for that 499. He says Errol will get his back man down till the wheels fall off. No doubt, bro. No doubt. But you know what I'm saying? Like when you see a fighter start to come into his own, and you know what I'm saying, it's like all of a sudden you get to see everything. You get to see the skills, you get to see everything, the inside out, the brawling, the tactical aggression, you know what I'm saying, the feints. We didn't see no feints. Did you see any feints in this?
No, zero.
Did you see
that's what I'm saying, bro. Like a lot of this stuff, like I said, okay, he might be weight drained, right? That's what I'm waiting to see. So if he come back and he know he's gonna be heavy, he's not gonna be weight drained no more. I'm still looking at this man's feet. Because if his feet still not moving, then I know something wrong with him neurologically. I know this for a fact. If his feet still not moving. But did y'all hear EJ when he was in the interview before the fight? He always be slurring. But this nigga was slurring, his eyes was low, and that nigga head started to tilt. I thought he was about to tip over while he was talking to the reporter.
Yeah, those are the effects of the severe dehydration. That shit is dangerous.
I think one champion said something about that. Only one champion I heard say something about that. And I really haven't been able to stomach looking at this shit. You know what I'm saying? I haven't looked at all the interviews. Definitely didn't look at the Porter Parkway because I'll be wanting to hit his ass in the mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Porter be capping, man. He is on my man. Porter is back and forth for everything he's saying. Now all of a sudden he trained hard, but his dad wasn't giving him help in the corner. Like, what is it, Porter? What is the story?
Man, that dude, don't get me started on him. Don't get me started on him.
But like my man said, he's getting the Wilder treatment because how big this fight was. You know what I'm saying? How contentious it was between fans, and he's getting that Wilder treatment bad. So I haven't really been able to look at the interviews. I probably would have made about 8 videos by now. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, of course, I've had to work. And I really haven't been watching this slow victory lap, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know how motherfuckers be capping and shit. You know, Crawford was just he was the best man in the world. He's all this shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I can't help but feel like that wasn't the best EJ. I just don't feel like that was the best EJ.
Yeah, you can't. If you real with yourself, you can't avoid it, Paul. You can't avoid it, man. Are you going to sit up here and tell yourself you didn't see what you saw? Because then you got a neurological problem if you're going to tell yourself that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And Pooh, I don't know if y'all be listening. I don't know if y'all, I listen to BFTB a lot, bro. So BFTB said that, he said this a couple of days ago, but like he got inside sources because they kept asking him. They was like, yo, BF, why EJ wasn't warming up in the back hitting the mitts? Because he's like, man, we saw Crawford hitting the mitts. Why EJ wasn't hitting him? EJ was just sitting down. He said, man, he got inside sources that said Derrick James tried to warm up with EJ with the mitts, said EJ was missing the mitts. And Derrick James called the mitt work off because EJ couldn't even hit the mitts. He was missing.
Wow.
See, I'm telling y'all, and just like in other fights, this shit is going to come out. It's going to come out, and it may affect the rematch. You know what I'm saying? It may affect the rematch. If he missing the mitts and all this kind of shit, it's like, what's going on? What information where I'm missing? There's another side to this. There's an underbelly, you know what I'm saying, to this fight, that something that the fans are not privy to. Something that they don't want us to know. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you what went through my mind. And I don't know this to be true. Let me put a disclaimer on that right now. But there's an NDA in that contract. And EJ, I'm thinking there's an NDA, and EJ probably had a rehydration clause. That just went through my mind. That's just something that went through my mind. I don't have no foundation on it whatsoever. It is just something that went through my mind because I'm just trying to figure out why this dude looked the way he looked.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that went through my mind. Hey, if you're gonna starve him out like I think you did, if you're gonna starve him out and make it as hard as you can for him to make the weight, go and put a rehydration clause in there too, and then say we can't talk about it.
Now, if EJ, if he hurt like that, man, he should not take this rematch. I'm talking about like really, if that's what's going on, if it's not just he went out there and he got beat by the better man, if it's something going on with him physically, you know what I'm saying, mentally, man, he definitely need to make that known. Instead of trying to go out here and go for another bag, he get hurt or destroyed in the ring, you know what I'm saying? That's going to be sad. We don't want him to be, you know, another one of these fighters that lose their life in the ring.
That's a lot of people don't realize. Absolutely. We just saw what that was. I can't remember too good. Last year.
Yeah, I was trying to remember his name.
Bro, we had at least 2 fighters die in the ring. We had at least 2 fighters die in the ring last year. Like that.
Yeah, we definitely don't want that to happen.
It was a black dude died in the ring, and it was a girl. I forget it was a Hispanic girl. She got beat up in the ring. They took her to the hospital. She died in the hospital.
Yeah,
I mean,
mean,
these people think that money is worth it. 30 mil, 25 mil, it's worth it to these people. I mean, and that's why boxing is so corrupt, because everything is excused as long as money is involved.
I gotta get BF number, man, so I can call him and see if he can tell me some of these things, man. It's just I don't be having.
At the end of the day, if the situation was reversed, if Crawford came in the ring looking like EJ did, I would say the same thing. Even though I picked EJ,
me too.
I would have said the same thing. I said, man, that dude don't look right, and he don't need to be in there. And I'll give you a perfect example of that. Marquez, Pacquiao 4. When he knocked Pacquiao out, man, I was concerned, dude. I was concerned. And the reason I was concerned is because, one, I felt like up until that point and before that point, Pacquiao was on that stuff. He was on the stuff. And I think that was the fight that he got off of. That was the fight he got off of it. And when you get off of the stuff, then your body goes through a whole different phenomena. And when he got hit with that punch and wasn't moving, I was genuinely concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look how long he stayed down, bro.
Man. But that being said, I would have felt the same way for Bud. I would have felt even with all the stuff that he had pulled leading up to the fight, and it was getting on my nerves, and I couldn't stand what he was doing. If he had looked like that, I wouldn't have wanted him
to enter the ring.
Exactly. Because it ain't that deep. It ain't that deep with nobody.
Well, for one, the world is so, amoral now. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about fairness. Fairness is bullshit nowadays. People,
it is. It don't exist.
They're so toxic nowadays. They don't care. They don't care that, somebody might have did PEDs. Even if they would have found out that it would have came out that Manny Pacquiao did PEDs, you think his fans would have cared?
Absolutely.
Do you think they wouldn't have given a fuck? Especially if he would have went out there and Falumaloon Floyd Mayweather, and humbled him. Mayweather is the only fighter, if y'all think about this really on a serious level, Mayweather is the only fighter that escaped the humbling. Deontay Wilder, now Errol Spence Jr., he had Cotto, all these fighters that was on top.
And that's what made me realize that's why he's the best ever.
But you know what? I think that with Floyd Mayweather, while we saw the brashness, the mouth running and the burning money and all of that kind of stuff, I think he actually, when it came to his training, he was humble. He didn't leave no stone unturned. From the word is, nobody trained like this dude. Nobody trained, nobody took care of his body. I mean, the man didn't drink, didn't smoke. He partied, but he didn't put none of that stuff in his body. He made sure that his body was at its optimal best when he entered that ring. He didn't leave no stones unturned.
Do you think Mayweather was playing the contract games? The contract games and the timing of when he fight these fighters and all of that?
I think as it got later in his career, he did. But early in his career, Pretty Boy Floyd, into the beginning of Floyd, the Money Mayweather, those years, I think he just fought everybody. And I think that's when he built his cachet.
When he was Money Mayweather, he fought Cotto, right?
Yeah.
Was Cotto diminished when he fought him?
Absolutely not.
No, they thought Cotto won that fight.
He called out. He called out Shane Mosley when he was Pretty Boy Floyd.
Absolutely.
And then when he fought Shane Mosley after he beat Margarito, he was still he wasn't. He had fought Oscar De La Hoya and won, right, twice, right? Or was it a draw first time? I can't remember. I think one was a draw, right? But he fought.
No, Floyd Mayweather only fought Oscar De La Hoya once.
Yeah, he beat him. No.
I'm talking about Sugar Shane Mosley and Oscar De La Hoya.
No, Shane Mosley beat Oscar De La Hoya both times.
Yeah, he beat him.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So he coming off a victory, and he fought. He finally decided to fight Floyd Mayweather, right? Because he had a toothache the first time. He said he had a toothache, right? So he fought a good Sugar Shane Mosley and beat him, right? See what I'm saying? So even when he was Money Mayweather, is what I'm trying to say is he fought better. You know, he fought the best competition. You know what I'm saying? Even when he was, you know what I'm saying, he fought Madonna. Madonna wasn't no fucking joke. You know what I'm saying? Madonna wasn't no fucking joke. You know what I'm saying?
So he avoided Keith Thurman. I think he avoided Keith Thurman. I just think
why?
But I don't think he I think that he thought Keith Thurman wasn't that big a fight, to be honest with you. I don't think he was afraid of Keith Thurman at all. I just think he thought Keith Thurman wasn't big enough.
Well, Keith Thurman, he told, and this is something that Mayweather constantly did, just like he did Cotto. He told him to fight was it Sugar Shane? He told him to fight somebody and he'll fight him. That's what Floyd would do. He'll make you fight somebody.
Yeah, he told
Floyd
he told Canelo to fight Trout. He told Canelo to beat Trout, and then he'll fight him.
So if he told Keith Thurman to fight Errol Spence Jr.
He told Keith Thurman to fight Errol.
Yep. And he told Crawford to fight Errol. Why would he say that if he knew Errol gonna come in there looking like that? He would never endorse nobody like that.
Y'all just answered your own question, bro. Before that accident, Floyd Mayweather swore by EJ. That's why he wanted to take EJ on his wing. EJ was everywhere with Floyd Mayweather. Every time you looked up, EJ was in Vegas with Floyd. They was out taking pictures. He was the Adrian Broner or Javante Davis before them dudes ever got close to Floyd. It was EJ. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is the only thing that made Floyd back away from EJ was that car accident. Floyd knows something was different when he saw EJ again in the ring after that car accident. That's why I beg to differ with you.
I beg to differ with you just a little bit. One thing I know about Floyd Mayweather also is he's almost as good a hater as he is a fighter. And he was mad that EJ didn't actually sign with him because he was kind of promoting him without being his promoter. And then when EJ didn't sign with him and he made his own promotional company, I think Floyd felt some type of way about that too. And he started to kind of hate on EJ just a little bit. He couldn't really hate on him too much because he ain't really do nothing wrong to him. But he did start to hate on him a little bit. I think, you know, we know Floyd Mayweather is almost as petty as he is good a fighter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Let me get this super chat. Eric Johnson, thank you for that $5 super chat. He says, real recognize real. He said, real ones know EJ wasn't right. He looked drugged, and all of a sudden, Bud got hands of stones and busted EJ up within 3 rounds. And Don Shawter, thank you for that $199, my brother. I appreciate that. He said, I believe Bud's going to make the rematch at 147. If he got any, I don't think he will because his undisputed will be up. I don't think he want to give EJ a chance to, you know what I'm saying, to retool and get a shot at undisputed. He better go up to 154. It'll probably be better for EJ too, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you want to see another match like that where EJ can't really, you know what I'm saying, operate at that weight at full capacity. You know what I'm saying? That shit
I don't want to see the rematch at 147. If they rematch it, I want to see it at 154. I think that is the reason why he was not with Blu-ray, because if he was with Blu-ray, he would have put on a lot of muscle because he would have got a lot stronger and it would have made it a lot harder to cut that weight. So that's why I think he kind of separated from Blu-ray. I think, and hopefully I'm right about this, I think he'll go back to Blu-ray at 154. And I think it's going to be problems for a lot of people, including Crawford, if he go back to Blu-ray.
Yeah, I think when he took Blu-ray off the team, because I think what Blu-ray did is he pushed EJ to his limit, and you know, and he's one of them dudes that you don't want to see in the gym. He's that type of strength and conditioning dude that you just don't want to think about the next workout, you know, because he's crazy. You know, I mean, I don't know if you ever seen his videos. You know, this dude, he be doing calisthenics. You know what I'm saying? And the way, you know, that bar, he goes up and he pushes his whole body up above the bar, and he just pulls it all the way from, you know what I'm saying, the starting point all the way up top. And that's one. You know what I'm saying? That's one. And then he doing dips. And I mean, I've seen how he worked EJ out. They showed a little bit of it. He got an old video of how EJ built his strength up when he was out there beating Chris Algieri ass, and how he knocked out Bondu. That workout, that Blu-ray, that kind of training, that's like some goddamn SEAL Navy training, some kind of over the top. That's like how Goku and Vegeta worked out. You know what I'm saying? Just ridiculous.
Yeah, I knew Blu-ray was the truth, bro. And I knew that, you know, he was on to someone. The way he trained, when he tell you about his training philosophy. When we see his fight, when we see EJ, of course, we see the 8-pack and the 9-packs. We see how big his traps and his muscles is. But really, what he building is EJ core. All he care about is making you strong from the inside outside. So, you know, he don't care about how much weight you can lift for real. He trying to build explosive power from your core. That's why EJ was stopping everybody, bro, because he said it. But this dude, like, I heard Blu-ray on his interview, but Blu-ray was like, yeah, he said, man, I know EJ bad. He said, I know this dude in and out, bro. He said, I know what he responded to. He said, one thing y'all don't know is that Errol Spence is naturally an amazing athlete. He said, that's why he my favorite fighter to train. Because he like, basically, you know, he like an artist. You know, like Blu-ray look at this shit like an art. That's his best canvas he can paint on is Errol Spence.
Yep. And I think that's the...
Let me get this super chat. Don Shouter, thank you for that 199. He said EJ needs Blu-ray back. And it says no ass. What did he say? No number. I don't know. What's that mean on the end? No ass. N-O. No ass. I don't know how you say that. But he says EJ needs Blu-ray back. You know what I'm saying? I believe that too, bro. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think, you know, I was just reiterating the point. I think he just kind of separated from Blu-ray because it was going to be harder to make that weight cut with what Blu-ray was going to put on it. I just think that muscle was going to be too hard to cut, and that's why he separated from Blu-ray. And I think that, and I hope I'm right, that he get back with him at 154. And I think he's going to be a much, 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 much stronger, much better fighter at 154. And I think he's going to be a problem for whoever, and that's including Bud. And I just think Bud ain't going to want that.
But I think Blu-ray is the stamina aspect. You know what I'm saying? It's
absolutely.
More, he don't just add muscle. You know what I'm saying? Blu-ray knows how to cut all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? As far as your weight. Yeah, if you're working that hard in the gym, you know what I'm saying? You can cut that weight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think you got to give Blu-ray more credit because he can adjust his workout routine. That's all the man does is get up in the morning and do 1,200 push-ups.
I get that. But when you cutting that muscle though, Paul, when you cutting muscle, that is what deteriorates you more so than because you got to get that these guys are very low body fat percentage as it is. So when that muscle gets put on and you start cutting that muscle, you cutting into that muscle, you got a problem. You got a real problem. And I think that's what was, because that was this issue with Roy Jones for me, was that he put on muscle. Roy Jones was a muscular guy naturally. Yeah. And when he put on that weight, he put on muscle. He didn't put on water. He didn't put on fat. He put on muscle. And then when you had to cut back down, you cut into that muscle, and that makes you really weak. And muscle was harder to put back on than just water. You follow me?
Well, that was my issue. Let me ask you this: can you put on 6 pounds of muscle? You know what I'm saying? In 6 months, or 7 months, or 8 months? Can you put on 6 pounds of muscle?
I think you can. I think it can happen. Yeah, 6 pounds, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. I think you put that on in 6-8 months.
What's up, Steve?
Muscle.
What's going on?
What's up with the panel? What's good, y'all?
Oh, good. Everything's going good. Trying to talk some boxing this morning.
Oh yeah. I hear y'all cooking. I got a question. I heard Blu-ray talking about it. He said he was training Spence for the Pacquiao fight.
Yeah.
So I wonder what changed in between that. Like, I wonder, was it Errol's decision or was it somebody in his camp that thought that it would be best to move on from Blu-ray at that, just at that time.
But even Blu-ray don't know. Blu-ray said he don't know. He said he went over to watch the Super Bowl. They palled around and everything.
Right.
And
I got a theory, bro. Like we was just talking about, brother. The best theory is what the brother Chris said, bro, is that EJ naturally getting too big for the weight and the extremity of the workout that Blu-ray put him through, bro. It does make EJ more powerful. He be more powerful and more muscular. I'm gonna give y'all an example. Like look at Devin Haney, bro. If you go back to Devin Haney 3-4 years ago at 135, his body was filled out. Like Devin Haney are coming to the fight muscular. Like Devin Haney has not always been a stick at 135. But now Devin Haney can only come into the ring looking like a skeleton to make 135. He have to come in looking like a skeleton.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's why the Lomachenko fight was even close, because Devin won the first 6 rounds. He won the first 6 rounds, and I think he gassed out and kind of rested the next 5 and ended up winning 12 to win the fight. That was the way I saw it. I think Devin just gassed out. He didn't have enough left because of the weight cut, and that was one reason, because everybody was saying because of the punching power, Devin need to get with Blu-ray, and they actually said like maybe in the future, because we got to cut weight at 135 that I don't think we gonna be able to cut, because they saw themselves growing. Right. I don't think we're gonna be able to cut it with Blu-ray. So but I had heard, as far as Errol Spence is concerned, I had heard that Derek James wanted to kind of separate from that at that time.
Yeah, I think Blu-ray on too much. Blu-ray use weights, right?
Say that again.
No, he wanted to get EJ on the weights, but he usually do calisthenics. He said he really.
Yeah, because I heard that Derek James don't like his fighters to use weights at all. Like he don't want his fighters lifting weights. And I can't remember, bro, if Blu-ray use weights.
No, Blu-ray don't use a lot of weights.
He use calisthenics.
Calisthenics guy, big time calisthenics guy.
Playground, bars, all that shit, prison type shit.
Oh, I got you. But I did hear Big X Bill Haney about him going with Blu-ray in the future. He did say that they open to that they open to going with Blu-ray, and I hope he do. Like, I mean, it can't hurt, bro. Like, I mean, the one thing Devin Haney is missing was explosiveness and power. It wouldn't hurt to get with somebody who proven to add explosiveness and power.
Yeah, it can't hurt. It can't hurt.
That's
I think
he's a nigga, Mr. Miyagi.
Watch all the cars, bro.
Hey, I go to Dragon Ball Z. I look at him like Mr. Popo. You know, every time Goku went to that little planet, bro, Goku came back a beast. Every time he had to go
different, yeah. That's how you got to do sometimes.
Some people went above a lot of these young folk here. They're like, they don't know who the fuck Mr. Miyagi is.
Oh yeah, Miyagi. Hey, Mr. Miyagi had you waxing his car, bro, until you got a perfect counter or until you got a perfect block. Or wax on, wax off.
Hey, you painting that house, but they say I'm tired of painting the damn house.
That motherfucker like them punches. Yeah, he's like, God damn, I'm good. Look, I'm good.
Hey, you hit me once. But that's a big part of it, and I kind of think that we kind of got a peek into it. You know, when he kind of said to Bomac, like, yo, I see 3 people, and kind of like it was like, yo, truthfully, you need a team, man. You need somebody that even if you may not agree with them all the way, but they good at what they do. Sometimes you gotta let them take the lead in certain aspects of it if you're not that good in it. To make the best fighter that you can make, because you gotta build Drago. You can't bring them out,
Because I look at a prime example is the fighter we just talked about. One of the best ever is Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather wasn't just trained by Floyd Sr. He was also trained by Roger Mayweather.
Yeah, so he also had Nate.
Right.
Because you would look at it, especially Carosino was just saying, he was like, man, he never listened to Senior. But you could tell Roger had his ear. Roger wouldn't give him a lot of stuff unless he needed it. But Roger would, just give him a little pointers here and there because he knew he was smart. This is a thinking man game, even though it's a rough sport. but you got to be able to have that voice that you can listen to, and you also got to listen to yourself. You know, I truthfully think, this is my personal opinion, I truthfully feel like Errol wasn't in the best shape he could have been in. Whose fault that is, we probably never know. I'm sure they'll never tell, because you know they got a pretty tight camp and keep everything in focus. But you know how Ryan Garcia, they was like he was training at his house, and Goosen couldn't get him to get, you know, different stuff. He didn't have nobody that could crack that whoop on. Like, okay, man, you out of shape. You got to get it together, man. We can't go into camp trying to get you down to weight. We got to go into camp and work on what we need to work on to get you to this win. And in a way, you know, with a lot of the pictures that I saw, I was like, you know, everybody was making a big deal out of it. And I'm like, yeah, you do look a little fluffy, but you know, that's never hurt him in the past. So why would it hurt him now? But in the result, we can kind of look back, hindsight 2020, like, maybe he could have came into camp a little bit more in shape to be ready for this fight.
100%. A little more.
But his conditioning he can't take that kind of beating without conditioning. He had great conditioning, because most folk would have been asleep.
Yeah, I think he just went to that 147 well just a little one too many times. I don't think it was anything else but that he went to that well one too many times, and it hurt him. But and I think that was you gotta kind of put most of the blame on EJ, because he was the one that said make this fight, regardless of what everybody else was telling him. He said, "I'm make the fight."
I think $30 million was a drive, and
it was definitely a motivator. It was definitely a motivator.
I don't know too many people who don't give a damn. They're gonna go through to you know what I'm saying. If I had a chance to make $30 million, I'd get in there with a bear. You know what I'm saying, with a baby bear. With a baby bear. I ain't getting in there with no motherfucking grizzly.
But I wouldn't let you jump right in there with that bear, man. I'd be like, hey, you got to fight that wolf. You can't just jump right in there with that bear.
You know what I'm saying? Hey,
you got to fight that wolf first, man.
But y'all know what I'm saying? Like, you know, $30 million, how many opportunities? It's almost like a once in a lifetime. Now, I don't give a fuck if you throwing up before a fight. Whatever going on with you, you're going to fight for that $30 million. And you're like, hell no.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't care if I get my ass whipped or whatever. I'm going to go in here and get this money. You know what I'm saying? Because he
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
He thinks
Paul County. No, go ahead and finish your thought. I want to get in with a comment once you're done.
Oh, I forgot Mr. Millette. I'm going on and on. I forgot Mr. Millette was in the building. Go, Mr. Millette, you go ahead, sir.
Appreciate it, Paul County. Good morning to the brothers and the sisters from the Paul County panel. Always good to chop it up and cook with you all. To the gentleman who made the comment about Errol, you know, and I've said this several times throughout the past few weeks on this panel and this platform. I just think Errol started a little bit too late. It's funny because my Smoking on Bud Tour t-shirt just arrived to the house yesterday, and I'm looking at it. For those who have it, they got the dates of all of his fights since, you know, number one. And shit, 2012, 2013, 2014, Errol fought like 4 or 5 times. So at one point, he fought 6 times in a year. And it started to scale back. Now, going into last year, 2022, when he fought Ugas, although he didn't look his absolute best, he was still dominant. And you could tell the way he was talking after the fight, saying, this is what I want. If that fight would have happened in 2022 the way it was intended to, while Errol was still in good shape and he finished the Ugas fight and went right back into camp training, I think we would have gotten the best Errol Spence at 147, and it would have been another opportunity for him to fight twice in a year. But with all that time off, and then he chilled for a little bit. Once he chilled, I think, in my opinion, I think that was it. And starting camp, I think he started just a bit too late this time around. And when you look at Bud, you got to say, Bud been in shape since last November, really last October, getting ready for David Avenesian. He ain't been out of shape since then. Errol has. So to me, I think the fight before it even started, and it just drained Errol. Now, I love the hypothesis that are being put forward. It's some things that we don't know, and Errol been real cool about it. But like you said, Poole, the truth is gonna come out eventually. Some people gonna start sharing some things. I hope they let you come on down there eventually, talk to Derek or himself, because you're a trusted source. And
man, they better let Poole. They better let Poole come down there. Poole is he got to be a capo in the Shark Tank. But that's been his boy for a while now.
Nah, I'll tell you one place I ain't going. I ain't going up to goddamn Omaha, goddamn, because they see my ass.
You can't go in Omaha.
I go in that motherfucker. Them motherfuckers are like, that's that nigga right there. Hell no.
It gonna be like World War Z on your ass.
World gonna be trying to fold me up and shit.
Be like, hey, put these gloves on, Poole, real quick.
but what I wanted to say was, if that's the case, man, EJ, he don't have the discipline. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think in my head, you know, we think of EJ past, you know what I'm saying, when you know how dominant he was, but he don't seem to have the discipline to stay on top of his shit for very long. And see, in my head, I'm thinking his team is covering all the holes that I said in my videos. Okay, things that are obvious, right? And I'm thinking, okay, they had a year. If to me, just me being a strategic, tactical guy, you know what I'm saying, any guy really who love war games or strategy, I would think I am going to be doing everything. I'm going to use this time, you know what I'm saying, constructive. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make sure that I got everything going on. And when I seen EJ doing acupuncture and I saw him have a flexibility coach, I said, this guy is doing everything he got to do. He's used his time wisely. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, you know what I'm saying, befuddled by how he wasn't at his optimal, you know what I'm saying, his you know what I'm saying, at his top form, having all this time to prepare for Crawford, you know. And I'm upset to the point where, like, bro, you had way too much time to prepare for this fucking fight, and maybe that worked against him because of how his personality is, you know what I'm saying? Not using that time 100%, you know what I'm saying? Looking like he might have been doing some weed or whatever. It's just so many.
You know,
go ahead.
I feel like, you know, boxing is kind of the same as it's always been, only the times change. I feel like they should have got him out of Texas for his training camp. He should not have done that training camp at where he's from. You got to go. You got to get away from the family, get away from everybody, and go and turn into that monster you need to be. Where your children be like, I don't want to talk to daddy right now. You know, hey, kids, like daddy look different. Like, look at Mike Tyson on Joe Rogan. Mike Tyson was a different person once he was fight time. He ready to fight Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying?
Well, just like Regis Prograde, you know, he said when he had his hometown fight, everybody would own him. Everybody was this and that. He had his worst performance I ever seen he had, you know what I'm saying, because of that hometown fight. Because everybody was pulling on him for tickets and all kind of shit. And, you know what I'm saying, his mind, he couldn't train like he wanted to train. And just, I just don't understand.
Look at Jermell's last fight at home. He looked bad. Like it's hard, especially to fight at home. But when you don't have that camp at home, you need to pull up a couple weeks, maybe before the fight or whatever. But you got to go in that training camp and let them go on and turn you into that monster. Put you in that lab, let you eat, sleep, shit, and talk boxing, watch tape all night, sit with the trainers. Hey, boy, look how he working that jab. Look how he cut off that ring. Look how he turned him into that corner and then work on him and throw that double. You know, you got to be watching all that stuff to where you locked in, and that's all you thinking about. You ain't thinking about baby mama. You ain't thinking about do the baby need diapers. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff comes into play and make you civilized. You can't be civilized. It's boxing. You got to be a monster.
Fellas, let me
listen.
One second. I just
that's
want
a
to.
phenomenal point.
Y'all, can y'all hear me? Because am I going in and out?
I can hear you.
Okay, it's probably my Wi-Fi though where I'm at.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. I hear y'all clear, man.
Okay. I just wanted to say, man, hey, thanks for having me on, man. I gotta fall back in the chat, man, so I can get some work done. Respect to the chat, man. Y'all be easy, man.
Have a great day,
no doubt, man. Appreciate you sliding through, bro. Appreciate you sliding through. Yeah, so man, so I don't know, man. I'm kind of got mixed feelings because I really wish I knew if something was going on with Errol Spence Jr. Because if something going on, we shouldn't get a rematch. Much as I want him to get back and prove that it was a fluke. But man, if he's if he got any kind of disability, mentally, physically, so we're just gonna see a worse version of EJ, bro. We don't want to see the man crippled for life. Like a Gerald McClellan, nothing like that. We don't want to see him go out like a Michael Watson, I think it was. And some of these dudes that went in there and just got hit in the wrong place, and they were never the same. And then over the years, you see them like a James Toney slurring words, and you can't understand shit they saying. And
that's the worst.
Well, at this point, Errol, once again, time is his biggest opponent, because from all of the discussion of the original contract between him and Bud, the rematch has to occur before December. And I think that's what the sanctioning bodies, their input to say, man, we got to get some movement at this welterweight division, because it's been stagnant for too long. So y'all got to hurry up. That's only less than 6 months away. And for the time that Errol needs and then get back into the groove, get back into working out, before you know it, the camp got to start again. And I personally don't think it's enough time for him to be at that optimal. Whereas once again, Bud, if they re-sign the rematch, guess who's gonna go right? Bud Crawford, and he ain't take no damage, so now he gonna come in even better.
Yeah,
and a little bit more muscle on him at 154. He probably ain't gonna come in at 54. He probably come in at 51, 52 like Floyd used to do. And man, that dude gonna be sharp. And Errol probably would look better. But again, like you say, Paul, I don't think we're gonna see the best version of him. And the last point I want to make is, so in that you say, well, what are the alternatives? Well, the alternative is, well, I have to go into 2024, maybe take a tune-up. But we already know Errol don't take no tune-ups. So he in between a rock and a hard place. You know what I'm saying?
No,
meaning basically at this point. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thing. I'm sorry, man.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Go ahead.
No, I always, and Paul knows, I always said that's something that you never, you don't say that. You tune-ups are a part of the game. It's for a reason. You know what I'm saying? If you're finna go up here and fight a next level lefty, you need to fight a tune-up against a pretty good lefty, so you can get used to the angles and what that person is going to present.
Yeah.
Especially now, I would want Errol to take a tune-up. I hope they would be able to work something out, because he did Bud a solid. Bud, do me a solid. Let me get a tune-up. Let me come back in here and whoop your ass. Be like, all right, bet. I'm gonna take me a tune-up too and come back and whoop your ass. And hopefully they can get that common ground, because everybody, there's no way he can. It's 4 months to December.
Right.
Every day is getting closer and closer, and there's no way like he could even heal mentally from what he'd had to deal with to be ready to go in that ring. Like, he gonna go in there gunshot. I can't see him coming in there ready to be gung-ho and run up that hill. That's a high hill. That's a real tough hill, man. I always hated that tune-up model, because I like Ali and the Bomb of the Month Club, but that kept him sharp. He might have fought, we got Rocky from the Bomb of the Month Club.
Yeah.
You know, for real talk, you know, because those guys hungry and they got their shot at the title, and they'll bring something to you that's going to keep you sharp. It's going to keep you on your toes.
Absolutely. And to take your point further, if we look at Crawford's fight against David Avenesian, Poole said this on many occasions, which is Crawford sat on his punches more than he ever has. You know what I mean? And he was in the pocket with Avenesian a few times, throwing them uppercuts like we've been talking about. And what was one of them punches that Crawford knocked down Errol against? Remember when Crawford leaned back on the ropes and then it came forward? And man, that's the same thing that he did against Avenesian. So that shows that in that tune-up model, you can refine your tools, add to your repertoire. And that's
exactly what it's supposed to be.
We got a chance to see. So but again, you know, maybe if hopefully they do it at 54, then perhaps the belt will be released, or they'll make Crawford the champion in recess. They can go fight, and if Crawford want to come back down, he can. Or if he want to go stay at 54, he can. And in that case, then I think they should push this jump. Let them go ahead and both get a tune up. At least EJ need to get a tune up, and then come on in and do what he need to do.
Well, remember during that Avenesian fight, I told you it looked like he was working on his inside shit. Looked like he was
100% said that.
I said, look like he's gonna make this an offensive fight. You know what I'm saying? Looking at how he was working on power, laying into his punches, really working on, you know what I'm saying, trying to be an offensive juggernaut. And that's why he was allowing David Avenesian to hit him, getting used to getting hit while he threw punches and stuff. So I told y'all that, you know, I wasn't sure if that was going to happen or not, but I said that's what it looked like to me. You know what I'm saying? Looked like he's going to try to take it to EJ. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, but if I could see that, y'all, why the hell Derek James couldn't see that? You know what I'm saying? Why nobody from their camp couldn't see that? If I'm sitting here watching this film, watching this man work on his shit, and we know that's why he took the David Avenesian fight, because he wanted to work on some shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay. This man, but what I'm thinking is that they're advanced enough and they're sophisticated enough to understand that they need to be working on some shit too. I'm thinking EJ is working on other tools because Crawford is a different type of guy. He's mentally more advanced. He's a thinking type fighter with a lot of athletic ability. Even if he don't have to think about shit, his athletic ability, it'll bail him out. You know what I'm saying? Because he's quick, he's got reflexes. And, you know, if you're fighting somebody like that, you got to have some slick shit. You got to have some slick shit of your own to be able to save yourself. You know what I'm saying? To be able to cut off the ring. You got to be at the best. You got to be explosive. You got to have all those things. And I'm thinking, okay, EJ, he's in the ring, bro. He sees what we see, you know, Derek James. He sees what we see. He's fighting an advanced dude. He's fighting a dude that's super slick. So you got to be on your P's and Q's, right? So he comes into the fight and it's none of it. None of it. Like, where is the preparation, bro? Where is the film study? Where is the strategy? Where's the tech? You know what I'm saying? It's like he just like, hey, woke up one morning, okay, I'm gonna go fight Crawford. You know what I'm saying? I did some sit-ups and I did some push-ups and I made the weight. And that's the thing he did against Mikey Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, 50% of me is better than these guys. You know what I'm saying? That keep ringing out in my head. 50% of me is better than these guys, you know. And I think
that's that being.
A lot of them can fall victim to the press, fall victim to what they're hearing about themselves. You know, just feeling
I don't think it's the press. I think he always been like that. You know what I'm saying? Where he just thought that he could just, you know, dog it out. See, when you used to your body, see, one thing I noticed with myself, you know what I'm saying? And this is, I'm gonna give you a full kind of insight. You know, like I got quick hands and all this shit, and you know, anytime I used to get into a fight, I could outspeed somebody and I could get in a couple of shots like Roy Jones. And boom, I wouldn't have to fight no more. You know what I'm saying? But as I got older, and I got into incidents and stuff, you know what I'm saying, I was getting hit. And I was like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? When I got hit, and I'm like, damn, I'm slowing down. I'm slowing down. Now I got a busted lip. Now I done knocked shit out the dude, but I'm taking damage now.
Right.
And it's like, I can't accept the fact that I can't do the things that I used to do when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm like totally slowing down, bro. It's like, and I'm just like, I can't understand it. And EJ, I think he's still that dude that was that beat you know, Kell Brook. He think he's the
Peterson.
He think he's that still. It's hard. It's like it's a gradual change, y'all.
Yeah.
I promise you. When you get older and when you get my age, and you'll learn that you better not fight no more. You can't fuck with these dudes that are. It's a young man sport, or it's a sport where you got to be at the top of your game, bro. And gradually you decline. You don't even feel it until you operating on a world-class level, or you just slow down, bro. It's like, damn, you can't even believe it yourself.
Well, that's where Floyd Mayweather, for example, and this was discussed a little bit earlier, he stayed in shape year round. He scheduled 2 fights per year at almost the same time frame. So he had a schedule. He knew exactly what he needed to do. And as he lost some of his athleticism, he added with the mental part of the game with his tools. And that, to me, that's where they still stay at on top. And perhaps that's one of the transitions that Errol is going to say, I got to be cerebral in there and adapt to my physical abilities and limitations.
Right.
And now begin to use different tools in the ring. I think he can still be successful. But to go back to Derrick James, you already see who Jermell already working with a different trainer, so he might not even bring Derrick James on into his camp. Because if you look at James' schedule, he got Ryan coming up, although it's not announced, and then you got AJ coming up in September. I mentioned this earlier. I think Derrick James is a little too thin, and I don't care what nobody says. Although AJ is a former unified champion, when he showed that meltdown when he lost that rematch to Usyk, I said to myself, he ain't that dog that you really kind of want around you. And the same for Ryan Garcia. You know, I would not want them two guys. You can't come around my dogs.
Hey, man, yeah, cause they puppies. They ain't game.
They puppies, man. I'm
They
in
not
here
game.
building some killers, you know, and for you to have killers in your camp, and that's what Crawford got with Steven
He got
Nelson
number maniacs, man.
and all them guys, whoever he running the streets with, man, them guys. Yeah, Crawford do some good interviews, and he real cool, calm, collected. But I bet you when them cameras cut off and he do what he do, he
Crazy
running with
as
them
hell.
goons. And EJ do too. It's all good. But what I'm saying is, when you in the kill business, like, hey man, you got those around you because they gonna tell you, hey Errol, what you doing, bro? You ain't sweating enough. You need to do more. They gonna tell you, like, nigga, I think I can beat you, Errol, the way you look in the you do when you get in the ring with. You gotta tell them to step their game up, and that's why I love Frank Martin around because I think Frank is one of them dogs.
Well, like to build on what you said, one thing what Mayweather did to keep that edge, keep that eye of the tiger, he always snuck in the bets to spar against.
Yes.
See when nobody knew who EJ was at the time that he sparred him, but he was one of the best. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about as far as drive and determination and skills, right? So when you fighting those guys, you sparring those guys behind the scene, like a lot of people made fun of Shakur helping Bud fight. But see, one thing about Shakur is he's sharp. He's super sharp. He's razor edge sharp. And Bud has to stay on his toes. He has to stay on his toes to be, you know what I'm saying, to be able to beat
Stevenson. Stevenson said he's holding his own now against Bud. You know what I'm saying? So now he's a peer. You know what I'm saying? He's keeping Bud sharp. He's
Running there for a week with him.
I'm talking about as far as the boxing skills, as far as the speed and accuracy. And you know what I'm saying, for Floyd, he did the same thing to stay, because when he fought Marquez, that was a 2-year layoff, y'all.
Yeah.
And he didn't look, and he went in there, he waxed Marquez like he never left the ring, bro.
Beat him easy.
Like he never left the ring. And go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I want to add to your point. When he brought Errol in that training camp, who was he training for?
Got Robert Guerrero. I was just about to say that. Go ahead.
And then when he fought Manny Pacquiao, do you know who he brought in camp?
No. Who he brought
in camp? Zuda.
Oh, okay.
Zab Zuda. Zab said he was going. Yep. And Zab, you know, Zab ain't gonna let up off him. Zab want to get that payback from what he got. They're like, come on, you know what I'm saying? He brought them up with them knives. He brought somebody who's trying to get him. He bring nobody. Man, I'm just happy to be here. No.
To tell you the truth, the hardcore boxing fans, they should let us in the sparring, bro. They should pay. We should pay to see the sparring, because some of them sparring joints, man, they be like, you know, they be fights, bro. You know
I hate cameras and sparring though, man. I feel like that's
no. I'm just saying, like, for the hardcore boxing fans, you know, saying, you know, to want to be able to look inside when those fights break out. Like they say, Charlo and Errol Spence Jr. didn't like each other. You know, they had gained each other's respect. Wouldn't you have liked to been there when they fought it out and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, to get each other's respect. Man, that would have been the shit right there, bro. Just to see them two guys go at it, bro. You know what I'm saying? To gain their respect for each other, man. You know what I'm saying? But to get back to the point, you know, these guys, you got to have that edge, bro. And how you get there is by fighting. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's gonna push you. You know, and that's why Floyd always say, Errol gave me good work. He gave me good work. He gave me good work. He got me prepared for Robert Guerrero. He gave me great work. You know what I'm saying? And see, it wasn't just Errol either. He went on to other people to help him prepare. See, the way Floyd, you know, you keep your skills sharp. And I don't think EJ he'll work by himself. He'll work on the pads. He'll work on this. He'll work on that. But as far as preparing and getting the sharpest people in the ring, the spar against, I don't think he do.
It would have been a bold move, and it would have cost a pretty penny. Earl could have I think they should have considered throwing Boots about $2.5 or $3 million and bringing them in. Because that
would have been excellent, because he's a southpaw that switched. Man, that is brilliant.
You need to run. Penny, because Boots gonna say, man, well, Earl, I really want to fight you in the ring. I don't, you know. And Earl,
how many times have we seen we've seen sparring partners fight the main fighter in the ring before all the time that they used to spar.
You're absolutely right.
You see that all the time. You know, but
Larry Holmes.
Yeah, those sparring partners come back and whip your ass too.
Every time.
The first time we saw Roy get dropped was by his sparring partner. You know what I'm saying? Wow. His sparring partner dropped him. He was a southpaw. I forgot the light-skinned dude. His name was. He dropped his ass and shit because he knew what Roy was going to do. He knew his timing. He had done sparred him so many times. So, you know what I'm saying? And Roy even mentioned, he said, that's why I don't like fighting sparring partners, because they know you. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, those are the people that's going to keep that edge.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
No question.
Those people that can be champions themselves, you got to keep yourself on that type of time. You got to fight world class. You got to.
You got to, man.
You got to fight world class talent, or you're not getting nothing from it.
You know what I'm saying? You might all you getting is good exercise. You know, if you ain't in there and you got to think it, overcome, inspiring, it's going to show in the ring. It's going to show in the ring. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, this fight against Terrence Crawford, when the cameras were off, nobody was looking. I feel like that's where the work was being put in to determine who was going to win. And to go with the Queen when she was on earlier, and she was like, Terrence is associated with Snack, and we're aware of that, but I feel like even in the scenario, right, not to take anything from, we've given him his credit. I know Pool, we ain't gonna go back to that. Stuff like that, when you at the elite most level, that's like a 1% benefit to what you've already done. You still got to put the work in to be elite, because that stuff ain't gonna make you. It just gives you a little small edge, and that's to say if that was the case. And I personally, I don't believe it was. But again, we don't know those things. From my perspective. But hey, man, it still was one of the biggest spectacles of my lifetime, viewing boxing. And I know a lot of people say it took them back to Floyd Manny or De La Hoya Manny or whoever. But this one took me back to Holyfield Bo 1. For whatever reason, I was super excited about that fight.
I think we're getting ready for part 2 too.
But Mama asked y'all a question. Did Errol Spence Jr. take so much goddamn damage that, is it, what I'm saying? Because this ass whipping might affect the next performance, bro. So like we're saying, I think, like you were saying, I think December is too soon for him to prepare mentally and physically to be successful. Even at 154, moving up to have lost this bad, bro. Will he be in a mental space the way he can? Now I know the man think he's like the Hulk and shit, but you're only human, and your body, like I was saying, you decline as you get older. What's going on, Mark? What's going on, bro? I dropped the link in case you want to come up, bro, and speak on it. I know Mark for 20 years, bro. Well, 30. Shit, I've known longer than that.
Yes, indeed.
So will this really affect him? You know what I'm saying? I just don't see. That's just too short of a turnaround for him to come back and be successful. Given all the shortcomings, this is his first fight back. Since the Ugas fight, and can he heal and mentally, be strong to face a sharp ass Crawford in the rematch, bro? I just, with all the questions hanging above his head about the cognitive decline and shit, if that shit is true, he better stay his ass up out that ring. Go ahead and retire. What I'm saying, and just enjoy his goddamn 25 million, whatever it is they got. What I'm saying? I'd be like, fuck y'all. What I'm saying? I'm taking my ass, to play with my kids and shit, what I'm saying?
Right on back to the farm.
I had my little boy on top of my head, feeding the goats, what I'm saying, riding the horses and shit. Like, hey man, Crawford, you the best, man. Fuck it. What I'm saying? I'm rich, I'm good, young, still young. I got a pretty ass wife, what I'm saying? What I'm saying, and ride off into the sunset. You know what I mean? I mean, it ain't no harm in that. Every fighter's got an expiration date. And you never know. You never know when all your shit is just gonna fall off. You know what I'm saying? You only operate at your best for so long. And it all comes together. And that might have been against Ugas. You know what I'm saying? It might have been against Dana, you know what I'm saying? That might have been his apex. So we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen fighters get old overnight.
All the time, jump up and snatch you.
We've seen, we always go back to Roy Jones Jr. because we just thought that motherfucker was Superman. Bro, it broke my heart when that motherfucker got knocked out, bro. And I was just like, I mean, when I tell you this is the equivalent of that, it is, bro. Because you're expecting one thing, and then you get quite another. You just get so disappointed. You're thinking you're going to get a Hearns haggler and shit, and then you get a one-sided ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? The shit is incredible, bro. And it's like you just don't know what happened. You're like, damn, bro, is Bud just that good, or just EJ is just that arrogant? You know what I'm saying? Think he can go in there without a tune-up and get on this man's ass. You know, world-class athletic fighter. Now I got a lot of questions about a 35, because I've been 35. You know what I'm saying? And the way he looked and everything, you know what I'm saying? But maybe that's just, you know what I'm saying, maybe he's just exceptional. You know, because I'm looking at Beterbiev, and he's damn near 40 and knocking motherfuckers out and moving in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to compare it to other fighters that was on the wrong side of 30 and was able to operate on that level. So, you know, it's not just some emotional shit. It's just, as a boxing fan, I'm just trying to go back through it. So, damn, who the hell looked that goddamn fast, that damn good on that side of 30? Now, I've seen the skills, but the goddamn power, body-wise, and able to add muscle and all that shit, you know what I'm saying, change and transform your body into a powerhouse. I could see that when you're younger, but when you get older, it's kind of like what Floyd Mayweather was saying about Manny Pacquiao. He said you don't go through weight classes, and you don't get stronger and faster as you get older. You get slower. Like I was saying about, you know, saying when I got older and I just started slowing down. I couldn't just slap a motherfucker no more. I had to goddamn I had to talk my way out of shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you get older, you know what I'm saying, mother skip you in line and shit to go catch the ticket. You just like, oh man, you know, you just turn the other cheek, nigga, because you know that nigga ready. That nigga get your ass whipped in there. You just got your ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? You take your ass on home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, or you know what I'm saying? It's like it ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? So it's different when you get older. You know what I'm saying?
It's
so
different. Yeah.
So some fighters, they age out differently. You know what I'm saying? It's like.
Did you guys see when he did an interview yesterday, and he said the first round when he got Bud, he said the first round when he got back to the corner, said Bowman said that motherfucker slow as shit. Start countering that weak ass jab. And I'm like, you know, yo, those are the adjustments. They probably came in there like for him to be a lot faster, and it surprised him, you know, because they probably, you know, it be little things like that. Like he might have thought he was faster, but like you say, that comes with the sparring, like to see it, hey man, you know, you gotta change that mind state. You know how Jordan was out for 18 months, man. He was throwing up bricks for a year.
Oh,
he was still hitting some, but he wasn't making that fadeaway. That fadeaway wasn't the same. It took him a while to tune that bad boy up. And
absolutely right.
But you know, but the crazy thing about Jordan to go get all the young players, he'll invite them out to his home court, and he'll work out behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? To get better and better. Over the summer, he would invite all these guys, you know what I'm saying, all the best, and he would play just regular basketball with them every day. You know what I'm saying? And get better and better and better till he got his form back. And I think that's the weakness of Errol Spence Jr. not preparing, not getting himself back up to being EJ, because you're not that champion. You know what I'm saying? Once you leave and once you're inactive, you're not the champion no more. You got to build yourself back up to be the champion. Floyd Mayweather, we don't see what Floyd Mayweather do behind the scenes to become Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? But then once you start hearing how he spars, how he prepares, nobody prepares like Floyd Mayweather, bro. And he understands having an offensive and defensive genius like Roger Mayweather being the offensive genius, and his dad being the defensive Floyd Mayweather Sr. That dude pedigree. That dude was boxing royalty. So he was a true anomaly in boxing. I think we're gonna see the same thing out of your boy Boots, because his dad, his family is a boxing family. They're a boxing,
genius family, bro. Nothing but boxing in his family. So he's gonna go a long way. That's gonna take him a long way. Just like the Mayweathers, they're gonna have a legacy.
No question.
Just because of how they eat and drink boxing over there. And I don't get the sense from EJ Camp that, I don't know, you just feel like they don't take they take boxing seriously, but then in the other vein they don't do everything. They don't turn over every stone like they say they are. Or maybe they just miscalculated the shit. I don't know. You know, maybe it's just the hubris of not thinking you can overcome a tune-up, having the hubris to think that you can just walk in there or maybe just underestimated Bud Crawford abilities. You know, thinking that he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm just like a loss for words. You know what I'm saying? How he came in there and looked like that. He just looked lethargic. He just didn't look like himself. And that's not Crawford's fault. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he didn't look like he got up for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like I truthfully, I always, you remember when Wilder Fury won, and I was like, yo, man, it's in his eyes, he looked like he was gonna kill him. Like he's worried. And with other people, like when you see him come out versus Ortiz, he came out like, I'm gonna kill this man. You know,
Joe turned ain't but 23 years old. Tell me he older than some damn body up in here talking shit. So I say, hell no, I'm older than you. These young dudes pull out the strap after you beat them down. Believe me, I wish I could claim to be younger, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying?
Get the strap. And the problem now, ain't enough hand, too many straps. You can come back out to the hand. That strap, both of y'all, like, one gonna be dead, one gonna be goddamn eating noodles for goddamn 20 years.
Let me ask y'all a question. We are curious to see, you know, if the rematch, in the scenario at the rematch, you know, Errol chooses not to exercise that clause and does what we, you know, seem to think that it might be best to build himself back up. Who do you think Crawford would face next in that scenario?
Say that again. I'm sorry, Mr. Moet. What did you say?
Who in the scenario that Errol and Bud don't rematch, who do you think Terrence Crawford would face next? Who would he choose to be his next opponent?
He said he want Jermell Charlo. We know that Bud will stay. He will sit out. You know he ain't fit to fight no top dude. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he'll sit out until he fights Jermell Charlo. I think it's in his contract.
And what Jermell got fight next month?
I think he fight Canelo in September, I believe.
Yeah, it's September. They fight in September.
Yeah. Early September too, right? I think they might be giving me a birthday fight.
Now, see, I can't have two heartbreaks back to back. He got to beat Canelo. This is a must. This is a must for full counterbar. This is a must.
That slap.
Yo,
this is a must.
Jermell got to be careful not to fall for the okie doke like Errol did. Like you going up to 168 and fighting Canelo. Focus on Canelo. Don't worry about what Bud's saying, because Bud, you know, I consider Bud to be like a jackal. He ain't fighting nobody at the top power, they peak. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do with Jermell? Jermell gonna go up to 168, weight drain down back to 154, and then you're gonna fight him and talk about you the best in the world? No, I don't think so. So I want to see him fight somebody like a Boots, even Stanionis. They got some good guys at 147, but can fight or drop the titles and move up to 154. I think even Tim Tszyu would give Bud a very good fight at 154. So
really, I don't think so. I mean, I might be wrong, but shit, you know, Tim Tszyu leads with that fucking right hand arm. He leads with he telegraphs his punches, man. I think Bud would eat his ass up, bro.
I think so too. And if he eat his ass up, Jermell ain't going nowhere near him, because Jermell was crossing the street on Tim Tszyu.
No, Jermell was working on that fight with Canelo. Tim Tszyu ain't no. Seriously, I think Tim Tszyu could beat Jermell Charlo.
No,
I think he was crossing the street though.
I mean,
he wasn't in no rush to fight Tim Tszyu. He was not.
Let me tell you something. That fight with Ocampo, I think Ocampo took a dive in that fight because there's no way you can load up like that. Tim Tszyu ain't that fast. You know what I'm saying? The way he loaded up with the right and he kept hitting Ocampo over and over with the overhand right. I'm like, bro, come on, bro, get out of here.
Yeah, get out the way of that mug or something.
I'm like, you didn't see that right hand, bro? I saw that right hand coming, bro.
It was coming from Mississippi.
Maybe the Fedora fight took a lot out of him. You know, they like to. So you got to remember the matchmaking, man. They like to pick on these guys that do wars, put them in the ring. Next fight, you know, they looking like, you know, they don't look like nothing. So
he looking like Lubin.
Well, yep.
Actually, that might. You know what? Y'all got me thinking. If Errol don't exercise the rematch clause, that might be a good competitive next match at 154 with what's the tall guy you just mentioned who got KO'd last time at 154.
The Golden Child.
Fundora. He might take on Fundora. It's gonna be a tough match, but I think Errol has some advantages that will play in his favor. And I'm gonna tell you what I think Crawford would. If Crawford stay at 47, I think he's gonna go back on what he did like with David Abenesian. He's gonna go back and take that WBO mandatory. Number one is right now is to do Sav Roca.
Alexis Rocha.
I think he's gonna just take him a tune up, stay sharp.
I'm concerned about EJ though, bro. I'm concerned about him. Pull, if you notice in the training in the videos to 24/7, he was doing a lot of. Now that I think about what the neurologist was saying, he was doing like to me doing a lot of brain exercises, coordination exercises. He had the bar above his head with the two weights on the side, like to focus on his balance, stretching on both sides, like coordination. I think he got that. I think he got a brain injury, and I think he need to. If I don't see him in the tune-up, I definitely don't want to see him at 154 fighting Crawford next. I need to see that he's actually back, rather than jumping into a Crawford fight 7 pounds above what you are already at right now. So,
well, it's kind of like that. If you watch Andre Ward, and I didn't know Andre Ward was just banged up. I didn't know how banged up Andre Ward was until I seen the documentary, behind the scenes documentary. Man, he had to go through so much just to prepare for a fight. Man, he had to do all kind of therapy. I mean, it was just like a process, bro, just to put himself back together so he can train. And I didn't know he went through all that, bro. These fighters go through so much, bro, just to get themselves up to be competitive. We never know. That's why I say, you know, every fighter, you know, have an expiration date, and you never know when all that shit is going to come back to bite him in the ass. And I never knew Ward went through all that shit. He had to like really soul search to fight the Crusher, to get in there. And so when he went down, we were surprised because to us, you know, he just looked like, you know, Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying? We just think that he's going to be that same skill level, but he got to get in the gym. He's got to do the therapy, got to do the work. And we just don't know how much he have left in the gas tank until they get in there and face these top guys. And you know, I think it's the same with EJ. You know what I'm saying? You just don't know how much these guys got left. How much can they take in the therapy? What's really ailing them? All they looking at that money to secure for their family. But what they're not telling you is they fucked up, and that they got to get in there and what they dealing with. We don't know. You know, I didn't know Ward was all banged up. I didn't know he had to you know, put himself together with bandages and you know what I'm saying, and face these top dudes and still perform. And that's why he retired at such a young age, bro. You know what I'm saying?
He knew 34 when he retired.
Yeah, he bowed out, man.
Yeah, he was 34.
Yeah, because he was banged up, bro. You know what I'm saying? You get hit on the arm wrong and shit. Also, the next fight, you got an ache. The next 5 fights, your arm aching. You know what I'm saying? Your ribs never the same. You know, these guys got to still operate at a high level no matter what, you know, going on with them. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is, you know? And I think we'll just never know. Maybe some things will come out. Maybe some people will tell us what
you know, like BFC said, he had a rib injury. I don't know. I mean, I got to follow up on a lot of this shit because I've just been trying to process the loss, bro. I'm just like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Just a decline in everything in this guy's skill set.
Paul, I think what you're trying to process is the performance, not the loss itself, but the performance, the way he looked. That to me was the most shocking. Not that he lost. We all gonna lose if we get in a fight, but he wasn't at 100% or even close to 100%. That's the shocking part.
Because people can say, "Oh, I knew this the whole time." Bull, BS, man. Like, come on, man. I ain't thinking 100 years that would have happened.
Yeah,
You know
like
what
he
I'm
would look
saying?
like that. Like he looked like almost like a girl fighting a dude. Like he was swinging wild, swinging wide. He didn't have no technique. He couldn't pace himself. He was just one gear. And I knew I seen him fight Kell Brook and Mikey Garcia and all these other dudes, and he had different gears. You don't just run straight into a dude like that and throw punches at him wildly. So it was a lot going on in the way he looked, the way he performed, that left a lot of question marks. And I would want to see him in the tune-up before he get back in the ring again, just to see if he even got something left.
Yeah, like I said,
put him in there with Benavidez. Let him beat up on his ass a little bit.
Like I said, he right, like really look close to what we know him to be since he dropped Blu-ray. And I think that's what everybody associated success to, is when his strength and conditioning was with Blu-ray, because I think he's more of an athletic coach. I think he's the best athletic coach for EJ and the type of style that he has, you know. But like we say, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe he can't do what Blu-ray demand of him. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he can't do that shit no more. I just wish I knew. What's going on, PGH Big Dog in the building? What's going on, brother? He says, even like he belonged in the ring. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? He says, taking PEDs while you're fighting is not no damn 1% edge. You're making stuff up that don't make any sense now, bro. Who said anything about that? He says, greedy.
I don't know if it's, I don't know. I don't think Bud was on PEDs. It's just that Errol looked so slow and so bad. Like, it's easy to look like you the best fighter in the world when you fighting somebody that looked like that. So we got to keep that in mind. I don't think Bud gloves was loaded. I don't think none of that, because 2 punches. He just, Paul, did you see the video on it was before the fight where EJ was sparring and he had blood coming out of his nose? It was a short video.
Well, they say he was missing the fucking pads and shit. They said Derek stopped doing pad training because he was missing the pads and everything, you know. And I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see, cause I was still trying to come in, so I didn't get to see all the prep shit. You know what I'm saying? I was still trying to. Yeah, I didn't see. No, was it the media workout? I don't know.
The video, he was bleeding out of his nose, sparring. Like, they had a short video. Wish I could show you that video. It was like a short video, but he was bleeding out of his nose. Like, well, this dude leaking before the fight even started. So that was a sign right there. Like, dang, he was getting busted up and sparring, bleeding out his nose and sparring.
Well, like I said, it's only one champion that only mentioned. He said he felt the same way that Spence did when he was weight drained, and that was Sugar Shane Mosley. You know what I'm saying? He said he felt bad for Spence because he knows what that performance, you know. Oh, my bad, not a cash. I ain't see you out there, bro. I'm like working my way down, trying to make my thoughts and stuff. And Eli Peter says his performance was due to his weight drain, low energy, and now power. There's no way he could fight like Errol. We know with lower stamina, and he came with that night. And Jonathan Park says it wasn't that he took so much damage; it was the punches he got hit with looked bad. The only way it will affect him if he don't throw his hands, I think. And let me see. Eternal Way said, imagine thinking you're going to walk through an elite counterpuncher sniper who can crack off the front foot, angles both hands. Terrible game plan.
What about his game plan? And but that's what I'm talking about. I mean, like when you break down the film study, everybody see the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Why Derrick James? How all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, he's so off? You know, everybody knew what Bud was going to do in the fight. Everybody knows how he fight. He sets traps. You know what I'm saying? He steps back. You know what I'm saying? He's a counter puncher, right?
Yeah.
You know he's got the jab. You know what I'm saying? We know he can switch. And what Derrick James said, you know, as long as you prepare for those things, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to worry about it. They didn't prepare for shit.
See, the
You know
thing
what
about
I'm
it, Paul, is Crawford and his team, after hearing the after fight interviews, Crawford and his team, they took the fight way more serious than Errol did. I think Derrick James and Errol had, and I hate to admit this, they have taken on more of a more of an arrogant style when it comes to matching up with their competition. Because I've heard Derrick James say he don't watch the fighter until it's time to fight him. Crawford is not somebody that you just turn on during camp, bro. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? When they are talking about, they've been studying Errol for 6 years straight, bro. You know what I'm saying? And y'all get in there and look like that. But so I watched the fight over this morning for the first time because I've been trying to make everything.
I'm sorry. Look, is it my Wi-Fi? CC, it's like you ain't coming
Can y'all
in.
hear
But
me?
I'm saying, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, my phone has started ringing. Um, I watched.
You going in and out?
So somebody keep calling my phone, bro.
Oh, okay.
So
CC, it says device not connected. CC. I wonder if this Black Fight fan, CC. Yeah, trying to wait for CC to come in. Let's see. It says your device not connected. But
can
Zach,
you hear me now, Paul?
yeah, I can hear you.
All right, yeah, I seen some things. Let me hurry up. I seen some things, some holes in Bud game, man, that Errol can exploit. Errol has 4 things that he needs to improve. I'm not in a mindset like everybody else. He needs to turn into this different fighter. The top of the line Errol can beat him. He needs to work on timing. He needs to work on his punch placement. He needs to work on keeping his defense, his transition from offense to defense, and he needs to work on what was the last thing I seen? Offense to defense and punch facing his composure. When Bud knocked him down, he lost his composure, bro. And I watched Bud composure grow. But the work that Errol was doing in the first and third round had Bud getting ready to lose his composure. So going into this fight, there's no way you can take a knockdown or get hit hard and let that mess up the game plan or mess up. Because what all Bud and them did was beat Errol at his own game. They came in with the high guard and used the jab. There's no way in hell Errol with his high guard should have fell victim to that, man. And to me, that go into the lack of preparation, the weight drain, the inability with his timing to get his head off the line, the inability with his timing to get his hands back in place for defense. I'm telling you, the Errol that fought Mikey Garcia and Kell Brooklyn would have beat Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, man, and this is what people don't understand about this man and what he's doing. And I don't care. Y'all can call me salty. I don't care, bro. I watched him do that. See, I come up under the game, man. And a lot of y'all be showing me y'all be acting like y'all got game, but y'all don't know when y'all been bamboozled. That man sat up and watched that man re-signed with Top Rank in 2018 and watched and let all the rest of the welterweights go through the gauntlet, knowing that when the smoke clears and somebody walk out of there with the flag, that they wasn't gonna be physically enough for him. I watched him do it, man. You set up with got a belt in 2017 and didn't challenge no champion. You sent the contract to Danny Garcia. That's it, bro. That's it. See, you can say you call people name. I don't want to hear no call name. You was the A side to everybody but Errol Spence. You sent no contracts to nobody but Danny Garcia. So now that the smoke been cleared and Errol come up out of it, you know what I'm saying? He had surgery after Sean Porter. Sean Porter had surgery after Errol Spence. Ugas had surgery after Errol Spence. Keith Thurman had surgery after Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia took a long layoff after Errol Spence. Ugas had surgery after Errol Spence. So while all this fighting and stuff been going on, you caught everybody at the end. You didn't fight Sean Porter before nobody. You didn't fight Kell Brook before nobody. You didn't fight Errol Spence before nobody.
That's why I call him that's why I call him the Jackal. You know what Jackal do?
He just bamboozled everybody, bro. But it's cool though because the higher power don't like ugly. Hold on, who is that, Paul?
Yeah, you say he's a scavenger, basically. Is what you're saying.
Jackal.
Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did, man. I've been around sharks and whales and con all my life, and I watch him play for a fool. Sometimes I would see niggas have their friends come rob their own homeboys and shit and act like they didn't do it. That's the type of shit I grew up around. So I know when somebody bamboozling, bro. They let Sean, look how aggressive Sean Porter and Keith Thurman and Errol Spence fight, and Danny Garcia and Ugas. You put all them in a pool, nigga. Whoever come up out of that, bro, they not gonna be physically the same. Right? So you wait and you let them get it on, and you call people names out without sending a contract, and then you get whoever come out at the end, and then you look like somebody. Now I'm not taking away from Bud's skill set. That man is skilled. He's very skilled. But the fact that Errol couldn't find him with his punches doesn't surprise me, bro. Because they even went as far as to prolong the fight when they could have fought in November after Ugas. He didn't want him to be sharp. He wanted him to come off a long layoff because he already knew. They bamboozled everybody, but it's cool. I just hope if Errol is really okay in the brain that he fight him again at 154 where he's not his weight drained, because I watched the fight. I'm telling you, and I seen some things, man. Errol didn't throw no straight punches. He didn't throw no uppercuts. If you notice, we was always talking about whoever threw the wide looping punches was gonna lose. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you gotta think about it, bro. He might have brain injuries. That's why he couldn't do those things, because he did them in the Kell Brook fight. He did them in the Sean Porter and in the Mikey Garcia fight. You don't get better as you get older. What we saw.
Well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing about the brain injury stuff, bro. Because the stuff that the doctor was saying about the residual injuries, it was so spot on that it's hard not to believe. But this is what I'm positive of. Errol's father loved him too much to send him in there with the full amount of injuries that they trying to report that he have. He might got some, but at the same time, I know his parents and Derek Jameson have been around him since he was a little boy. Terrence Crawford is not somebody you fight with mental injuries unless you're just trying to get it back. You know what I'm saying?
It is, man. You gotta think about it like this. His dad wasn't with him when he went to these medical appointments. So there's
how you know that?
Well,
I think EJ $30 million, bro. You know what I'm saying? I think he left it up to EJ. You know, the EJ worked himself up to put himself in this position. If you work yourself up the way you can grab $30 million so you can take care of all your family, not just your immediate family, all your family. All you have to do is get through this one night. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to have another opportunity to get $30 million, bro. You know what I'm saying? These fighters, they used to risking their lives. This is what they do. You know what I'm saying? Every fight, they risk their life. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing for EJ to say, Dad, I hear what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You don't want me to take this fight, but I'm going to take this fight. You know what I'm saying? So we can be good. My family could be good. I could see that happening. Because EJ, he strikes me as the type of guy. He strikes me as the type of guy that takes charge. You know what I'm saying? He has the final say, no matter who it is, his dad or whatever. Right. You know what I'm saying? And so I believe his dad probably, if it was anything going on with his brain or anything like that, I don't know. I'm still trying to process all this shit because it's like, wow.
Hey, Paul, have you watched the fight over?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Man, if you watch it, so I watched it from somebody, camera, who was there at the fight, and it wasn't as bad as I thought. See, I thought, don't get me wrong, Bud was hitting him with flush shots, but he wasn't as severely hurt and beaten as I thought he was. Don't get me wrong, he was hurt and he got beat up, but it wasn't as bad. And when I watched the work that he was doing, he wasn't too far off. But in a fight like that, you have to be perfect. He wasn't. I'm telling you, he wasn't too far off. He was letting his hands go, and he was trying to get out the way, but he was a half a second late with each one of them, with getting his head out the way, with getting his hands back in position, with his punches and everything. I'm telling you, it had to do with. I think somebody said this earlier in the show. I think Bud was just a better man that night because I'm telling you, Errol was still doing some body work. He was getting on the inside. It's just his defense was not there, bro. If you watch the highlights, that man wasn't even protecting himself.
Poole, do you think the Errol Spence that fought Kell Brook would have beat the Bud Crawford that was
Yes,
there Saturday?
I do. Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
So we all know, so we can all see with our own eyes visually that he's declining as a fighter.
Do you think? Let me ask you this:
To me, all fighters are declining the older they get. That's why I'm surprised by the performance by Bud Crawford. You don't get that much better. That was the best performance I've ever seen by Bud Crawford.
This is what I'm saying though. Okay, so who won the championship? The Denver Nuggets. Let's say the playoffs lasted a longer time, and let's say the playoffs started, and Denver hopped out of the playoff. They said, "Nope, we're going to play the sorriest teams in the league until you motherfuckers is done playing, and then whoever come out of that, then we'll play y'all." No, but no other sport goes like that, bro. And the way these niggas did it, they bamboozled everybody by calling people names out. It's like they had a plan the whole time. It's like, no.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
He was playing.
Hold on. Let me hop in though. Spence said what he was going to do back in what was 2018. Why don't I take the easy route? So we can't have it both ways now.
Well, no, that's not the easy route. He didn't mean that. He meant
No.
I'm
not. See, no, you talk. See, the thing about what I said that you must not have heard is I'm not talking about Errol Spence. I'm talking about Bud Crawford and his movements. Just because Errol didn't fight him, that don't mean he couldn't fight. Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, none of them in the midst of them fighting, bro. So you can't even use what you're trying to say, huh?
Why didn't he fight Ugas when Ugas got that belt from back? Let me cook. Ugas got that belt from Manny Pacquiao. And there was no discussion of him fighting Bud Crawford. He went right to the money man.
See, this is where you got to have your receipts. Ugas went to Bud Crawford before he even got that belt. He went to Top Rank and asked Bob Arum for the fight. He went up there himself, and then they left him hanging. So you got to understand what you're saying before you're saying it, bro. Sean Porter went up there. They left him hanging. They had to mandate the fight. Danny Garcia was going to set the contract if it was for more money, but they turned around and gave Amir Khan way more money than double the money that they were trying to get Sean Porter. And Keith Thurman say something about $10 million to start off a negotiation, and they don't even negotiate with him. They turn him down. And then Bob Arum busts him out and say he don't want to fight nobody. So for a nigga to try to tell me about Errol Spence route, that don't matter because that's not what I'm talking about.
Take a deep breath.
No, I'm good, bro. I'm just passionate about what I'm saying.
Take a deep breath.
I mean, when you laying down facts, you laying down facts, man. If a nigga can't take the facts, that's your problem. You know what I mean?
Bro,
you got to take a deep breath.
When he said the easy route, he was talking about promotional companies. He wasn't talking about the fighters.
He said exactly who he was going to fight.
Man, we're not even talking about Errol right now. We talking about Bud Crawford and the way he moved. See, I'm from Richmond, California, man, and we move different than any of you niggas because at the end of the day, nigga, you gonna get more respect for how you move than your wins and your losses, man. And if I sit back and let everybody in my hood fight and then try to get the winner instead of getting in there, taking chances and might lose, might win, might lose, might win, niggas not respecting that, bro. I'm a man, bro. I don't respect that shit. It don't matter what no niggas say, and it don't got nothing to do with Errol Spence and his route, bro. It got to do with how he maneuvered through the game of boxing by gaming niggas up and then putting it out there like he want to fight niggas but not fight niggas. And then when it's time to fight niggas, then you don't want to fight him. They give you the Kell Brook fight. You talking about you don't want to fight him. They give you the Sean Porter fight. Now he don't got a belt. You don't want to fight him. But you ain't fought nobody though. You sitting there fighting Amir Khan and Mean Machines and motherfucking Caveat and motherfucking and Avenesias and shit. You know what I'm saying? The whole time these niggas fighting, bro. These niggas getting it in.
Let me add this to what you just said because it's perfectly what you just said. He doing all that, and meanwhile he waiting on EJ to grow out of the division.
Yeah.
Waiting for him to get weight drained, waiting.
I mean, what y'all saying is true, but what I'm saying, what y'all got to understand is this is a part of boxing too. That's
that's cool. That's cool. But what I'm saying, me as a man, I would never respect them niggas. I don't give a fuck what they do after this. Niggas go fight boots. Go fight. Even if you see, and why y'all think he targeting Jermell Charlo? What have Jermell Charlo been doing the last 4-5 years besides fighting every single number 2 option that is coming his way? Correct or incorrect? He taking tough fight after tough fight after tough fight after tough fight. Now he about to fight Canelo. Now you want to fight him.
after Canelo.
You know why? Because it's all part of the plan. When they ask you about Boots, you talk about you want bigger and better opportunities. They ask you about Canelo, you talk about he too big. When we watch Manny Pacquiao come up from the division that he came up, we watch motherfuckers like Anyway coming up. We watch Usyk and then we watch niggas come up, bro. But everybody who presents a challenge due to the fact that they health and they shit is on par, you're not trying to fight them, bro.
You ain't trying to fight no A-level high-class fighter. And
you're just not trying to fight no fully healthy fighters, bro. And you can have look. If a nigga want to argue on the Bud Crawford behalf, I'll give you the EJ fight. Fuck the EJ fight. You can have that. But let's talk about the rest of your career, bro. Let's talk about these motherfuckers that you fought in the midst of all these niggas fighting, bro. Keith Thurman fought Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, Manny Pacquiao. Errol Spence fought Ugas, Porter, Danny Garcia, Kell Brook. Kell Brook fought Porter, motherfucking Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? Who did you fight in the midst of all of this?
Nowhere to be seen.
That's why you resigned in 2018 because of the plan, nigga. I'm not stupid. I am not stupid. I'm from the streets, bro. I am not stupid because I've been in jail. Some of the smartest niggas you will ever meet is in jail, boy. Because they don't got nothing to do but to think. Nigga, you can't bamboozle me, bro.
Ass in jail.
I'm just saying. Now, don't take it away from the plan at hand because that's what Bud Crawford fans do. Y'all like to move the goalposts when a nigga laying down facts, man. This is all factual, bro.
Straight facts.
But see,
everything I'm saying is factual.
But this is something I want to say, Nadi. You know, this is why you take tune-ups. This is why, so you know where you at. You know, maybe EJ knew where he was. You know what I'm saying, skill-wise and timing and all that stuff. This is why you take that. He should. This is my opinion. He should have fought Keith Thurman. He should have took that tune-up. That's more than a tune-up. Keith Thurman is more than a tune-up. He should. That would have been a perfect fight. That would have been a perfect fight for him to come back and get his skill. See, you got to stay sharp. We were just talking about that a minute ago with Mr. Moet. You got to fight top competition to stay sharp. Just like you say, he was a little bit off, but you know what I'm saying, he wasn't sharp, bro. Bud Crawford looked sharp to me. He looked sharp as hell. He looked like he was ready. You know what I'm saying? Even if you do go through the gauntlet, it takes fights out of you when you fight the top competition. And when you don't, you say you rested, you chilling. But he still took fights that kept him sharp. That was smart. You know what I'm saying? That was smart by Bud. Bud just out. He
maneuvered. You're right.
Yeah, he out.
Cool. You know what else too? I think that David Avenesian fight that Bud took, man, he took that, man, to see, like, all right, let me see where I'm at because I'm getting old. Let me take this fight before I get in here with Spence.
Let me tell you another reason he took it, and I'm gonna let you cook. I don't mean to cut you off, bro. He took it because David Avenesian utilizes the high guard.
Yep.
That's exactly why he took it.
It was
because he didn't know how.
I was looking at different videos too, bro. Of Spence, I was looking at different videos, and I'm gonna be honest, y'all. He wasn't right when he came back and fought Danny, man. I was looking at the old Spence fights, and he had more bounce in his.
He was more creative. He had more pop. He was better in transition. He had better defense. His judgment was better.
His legs was gone, man. After that accident, man, his legs was gone.
Yeah, that Danny Garcia fight was telling.
So y'all thinking he shouldn't take this rematch?
No, I don't think
if
he wanted. Let me listen. If he wanted, I'm with him because if you watch that film over and you pay attention to how Bud fought, all Bud did was protect himself at all costs and wait for EJ to expose himself because we all know what we know is true, bro. EJ never landed the type of punches he needed to land to change Bud Crawford's game plan, to make Bud Crawford uncomfortable because he was letting his hands go, and in the midst, Bud Crawford was protecting his. It's a slow shot of EJ going to Bud's body. Bud is protecting his ribs with his elbow, but if you look at his mouth, he like, oh shit! But I don't even think it landed flush. But this is what I'm saying. EJ has to find him with his punches. That's the only thing he did wrong besides defense and timing and all of that. He couldn't find his punch placement wasn't together, Plum. If your timing and your punch placement not together, a motherfucker not even really gonna feel the blunt force of your punches, which is gonna allow them to counter punch and all of that.
Paul, if he gets with Blu-ray, then and can go through a camp with Blu-ray, then he should take the rematch.
Hey, y'all, what if look, this is me going out of myself. What if Bud was actually on pads, man? Because the way Spence was getting hit, man, it was like he was getting hit in there by like a cruiserweight or something like that.
Who said that? What's your name? Who just said that? What's your name? Who just said that? What's your name?
Charles, man.
Charles, did you see the right hand that Bud hit him with in the 7th round where he flew across the ring?
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
have
what the
Bud
hell?
ever hit anybody like that and they flew across the ring, bro?
Bro, I've never seen that ever in my life, bro.
He was on 1 foot.
And let me ask you, and let me tell y'all this too. There was no testing for the fight.
What? Nah, there wasn't no testing for the fight.
No, I've been doing research,
bro.
I talked to some other people.
Testing.
They said it wasn't no testing, and didn't nobody watch the gloves.
I thought it was testing for the fight.
Well,
it
should be public information. But from what I was told, don't take my word for it. But because I've been doing a little bit of research, because I've never seen Bud's punches do what they did to EJ to nobody else, man. I've never seen that in my.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying too, bro.
If you weight drain and you don't have your legs up under you, you're gonna fly across the ring like that. He ain't had no balance. If you weight drain, bro, and you fucked up, we never seen EJ tire. We never seen EJ tire out in a fight, bro. He always gets stronger as the fight goes on. The longer the fight lasts, that's why he didn't have none of the characteristics that we studied. In this fight, none of the characteristics stood up to time. You know, he didn't have the stamina. He didn't have it. He got knocked over with off balance. EJ never off balance like that. He's one of the most fundamentally sound foot-wise because he take calculated steps. And in this fight, we didn't see none of that shit. We didn't see none of the, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me ask you this, Paul, because this is kind of what threw me for a loop, man. So before the fight came into fruition, I mean, after it was a signed, sealed, and delivered fight, do you remember Victor Conte and them questioning Errol the steroids? Do you remember that?
You say he what now? He questioned what now?
Yeah, I remember that tweet.
Do y'all remember the tweet from Victor Conte saying insinuating that Errol might be on steroids?
Yeah,
I remember that.
So let's put 2 and 2 together because we talking about game and we talking about bamboozling people. Now, all of a sudden, Bud, during your camp, you don't have no signs of snack, bro. I didn't see you at the snack office. I didn't see you at the snack facility one time. Not one time, bro. But guess what? When you got in the ring, it said snack on the back of your trunks, bro. And now you hit niggas and they flying across the ring, bro. Like, okay, bro. Like, I'm not gonna put no jacket on him, bro. But I wouldn't be surprised if something came out.
To answer y'all question, this is from July 31st, Victor Conte. Yes, both Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence did stringent VADA testing for 8 weeks of camp and fight night.
Who is that from?
Victor Conte.
Now they got to come from somebody else, cousin.
No, it's coming directly from them. I'm looking at it on.
No, this is what I'm doing. But what I'm telling you is I don't give a fuck what he said because he is the master cheater.
You just quoted him.
So why? Huh?
You just quoted
that's because he tried to accuse. That's because he tried to accuse somebody without accusing him. Now what he tried to tell me is a fact, bro. I'm not going to listen to him.
I think they took a drug test, bro. That's not the issue. My issue is, okay, Spence get knocked down. Yeah, his legs was weak. But the part that got me is how his face was looking. I've seen Spence get hit in the face plenty of times. His face looked like he was in there with a cruiserweight, man. And I don't remember any of Buzz opponent's face looking that bad.
His face looked like that because he was weight drained, man. When you weight drained, will light you up. I told you he was bleeding in sparring, but Frank Martin had him bleeding. Frank Martin's a lightweight. So something's going on with EJ, man. Y'all can see it in the ring. Like something, not only was he weight drained, he was leaking in the second round off of 2 or 3 punches, man. Bud don't hit that hard. It's just that I don't know if they gave him some type of diuretic or a blood thinner or whatever they might have given him to make him start bleeding like that. But if he get in the ring again, bleeding like that, bleeding in sparring, I don't know. I think he might need to sit down for a little bit.
I don't think the PED thing is real. You know what I'm saying? I think like PGH Big Dog he says stop with the PED talk. He said he did not fail any tests. He says Spence punch resistance is gone and his balance is off. Bad sign for a fighter. I think it's more something like that because he just didn't look like himself in the ring. You know, I don't think it's nothing. I think Crawford, you know what I'm saying, he just came in top shape. I think Spence wasn't himself, you know what I'm saying, which is, you know, not Crawford's fault. But I think everything had to do with what was going on with EJ that night. And he just didn't look right, you know what I'm saying. I don't think he could access his stamina, you know what I'm saying, which is his trademark. When you feel like you don't have your energy, you know what I'm saying, that's your thing, you know what I'm saying, your energy, your punch resistance. When you missing those two attributes, I think that took him out the game. Yeah, I think he just fell apart from there. You know what I'm saying? Because he just didn't have it. He didn't have access to that stamina. He didn't have access to that punch resistance to take a punch and keep moving. Because that's what we thought we was going to see. You know what I'm saying? But now they call him Bud a power puncher. You know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden he Mike Tyson in the fucking ring. You know what I'm saying?
You still look like Mike Tyson. You fighting somebody that weak.
I think EJ should have just moved up to 154 when Bud took that David Abenesian fight and told Bud, "Hey, meet me at 154."
That would have been a smart thing to do.
In retrospect, I agree with you because I don't like what I saw at all.
Well, I mean, we didn't know that, you know, when you're done with the weight class, we saw Devin Haney struggle. You know what I'm saying? Even though he knew he looked like a skeleton, you know what I'm saying, at the weigh-in, and we seen what the results were. He was just happened to be able to pull it out. You know what I'm saying? Right. But and he a young man too. He's in his 20s. You see what I'm saying? You can get away with that shit when you're in your 20s, but like I always been stressing today, when you're in your 30s, you got to know what you know. You know what I'm saying? You can't just go in there and dog it out. You know, especially with a guy who's going to make you move like Bud. You know, so you know, if you ain't got the stamina and you got to move around that ring, and you 33 years old, and you know what I'm saying, you need that resistance, you need that stamina. Yeah, you're gonna look like that. You're gonna look like trash in the ring. You ain't take no tune-ups and none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You're just trying to rely on your determination, strength, and all the shit on the inside. Yeah, that shit changed, bro. I mean, you're not on the same level that you used to be on, but you still think of yourself as on that same level. And I just think Spence just miscalculated. You know what I'm saying? Where he was physically, mentally.
I was also told that Danny Garcia and Ugas made the same statement. Like, that's not the guy we fought. They fought. And those statements are not publicized as much. If that's true, those statements are not publicized as much as everybody saying, who's saying that, oh man, Spence wasn't prepared and he you know, the Antonio Tarvers of the world.
Antonio Tarvers, I mean, that dude is such a.
That's the one who used Pez anyway. He don't need to be talking about nobody.
Right.
Exactly. That nigga ain't got no shame, bro. It's like, go sit your ass down. Nobody's still gonna watch your podcast, nigga. I get more views than you, nigga.
Right.
It's like,
you know, my man earlier was saying what I was saying about Bud, man. He sat back and watched everybody, you know, fight each other, and then he wants to get the one that comes out in the end, and then he started, like I said, he stalled
the fight.
He stalled the fight. That's exactly what I said earlier, my bro. He stalled the fight and grew him right on out of the weight division, and I think that's what was the result that you saw in the ring. And he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing the whole time. He said it. He said, "I'm playing chess where everybody else playing checkers. Let them go and fight each other."
He got the fresher body too.
Yes, absolutely. He had to. So, yep. I just got back on here to let you know that, bro. I agree totally. That's what I was saying earlier. Exactly what I was saying earlier.
Well, if that's the case, then Derek James, you know, Derek James, you know what I'm saying, he should have saw that. I think somebody from his team should have saw that. That's not good. You know, he did what he you know what I'm saying? That's what fighters do, bro. You know what I'm saying? They look for advantage and he fell into the trap. You know what I'm saying? And I'm mad with them because I thought they were smarter than that they would prepare for something like that. You know what I'm saying?
It's not much preparing for that, because if you grow out of the weight division, you grow out of the weight division. My thing is, and from what I understand, everybody on EJ team was saying, "Hey man, move on from this dude, man. He don't really want to fight."
They were saying he really don't want to fight because he keep delaying it. He keep asking for more. We keep giving him more, and then he asks for more. So then, at the end of the day, I think it was EJ who wanted to be undisputed that bad.
Yeah.
So he wanted to make that fight. And the whole thing was EJ, to me, basically admitted to that. He said, hey, I signed the contract. I agreed to all of this. So I ain't making no excuses. That was what he was actually saying without saying it. That, hey, I wasn't right in here tonight, but hey, I ain't gonna make no excuses because this is what I agreed to. I agreed to it. That's what I think he was saying.
You know what that's called? That's called experience.
Exactly. I just think he wanted to be undisputed that bad.
That's called experience, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you go into a negotiation or you go and somebody outwit you, you know what I'm saying, in a negotiation, you fall for the trap, bro. That's called experience, bro. You know, EJ wanted that fucking fight so bad. He wanted it blinded him to everything he needed to do to prepare, you know what I'm saying, to win the fucking fight because he thought he was just that much more superior to Crawford, even though he had been through wars. You know what I'm saying? Look at Gotti. Look at Gotti when he fought Mayweather. Gotti was way better than that, bro. Then when he fought Mayweather, by the time he fought Mayweather, he got destroyed, bro.
Yeah.
Because he had been through so many wars. You know, he went through the gauntlet with, you know what I'm saying, in his fights. I mean, I'm talking about y'all remember those Mickey Ward fights and by the time he got to Mayweather and shit, he got fucking destroyed, bro. He was not the same. You know what I'm saying? Mayweather was excellent in that fight, but Gotti was not the same, bro, after the Ward fights. You know, say Evander Holyfield, Riddick Bowe. I mean, not Riddick Bowe. What's his name? Shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, after those wars, they wasn't the same. They wasn't the same in the ring, bro. After they stopped fighting.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So that was smart by Crawford. You know, to wait out the storm.
I think I always say he won the fight before the fight. He won the battle before the fight. he got everything he needed to win the fight before the fight. He got everything he needed. And it worked like a charm. You can't you know when that's your goal is to put everything into your advantage. He did that. It worked like a charm. It worked like a charm.
I mean, you got a good team.
You may not like it. You may not like the way he did it, but it worked. And that's all that matters.
Only as good as a team. You're only as good as a team.
Yeah. That's
So
what
they was not supposed to let him step foot in that ring fighting Crawford on a 15-month layoff. That was
correct.
fucking lunacy.
Well, again,
I mean,
like
this
I said,
team get that strike.
Unless.
Well, I can't say that it's his team because, again, from what I understand, his team was telling him, like, look, man, forget him. Let's move on. We going to 154. Let's go. Because this dude is, every time he asked for something, he was asking for something else. We give it to him. He asked for something else. He said, from what I understand, the team was like, F Crawford. Forget him, man, because he don't want to fight. Let's move on. But it was EJ who was adamant about making a fight. I just, that was the word that I got.
So let's do some hypothetical though.
Really, it was just time was on Crawford's side. You know what I'm saying, as far as the weight class and stuff. The longer EJ stayed there, because he already told people it was hard for him to make the weight.
And that's the problem I had with EJ Poole is that he ran his mouth too much.
Right.
He gave away the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He gave away what his weakness was.
And let's say he fights right after he fought Sean Porter, which is the best version of EJ because that's the last we saw before that accident.
Mm-hmm.
That accident changed anybody. He's lucky to be alive. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't say shit. I don't say no bad stuff against Spence because I know what he's done since that is miraculous on his own. But That was a different version of Spence, and every version, everything after that is going to be a different version of him. You know what I'm saying? Like he supposed to put Danny Garcia up out of here. He supposed to send him on the passion. Same with Ugas. He looked good versus Ugas, but Ugas is flat-footed punching bag. So that's going to be different than fighting somebody who's a counterpuncher with power. You know, Danny got a little power, but Danny ain't did nothing at 147. His power didn't carry up like Bud did from 140. Bud done knocked out all of them that he's faced up here. We can't overlook that.
He TKO.
You know what I'm saying? That's like somebody had to jump in and say, "No, stop hitting my baby." Now, if you move up to 154, let's say Spence move up to 154, knock out everybody. He fight 10 people, knock out all 10. You're going to say, hey, man, his power moved up. We have to take into account of that. Like, yo, you got to be training for somebody that's coming in here and ain't going to no cards. He's not going to the cards, man. You had to train him. You should have had him in that fight coming in there thinking, hey, this can't go to no card because you ain't going to make it to the card. And that's just real talk.
Or
that's none of them.
Or they knew that he was declining physically, and they couldn't put him in there with the tune-up. It would have exposed it. Yeah,
it would have exposed it. I thought about that point myself. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I ain't want
go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, I was thinking about that point myself. It's like, man, that would suck so bad if they knew this man. You know what I'm saying? If he missing pads and shit, his coordination off and all kind of shit.
Bleeding and sparring from a lightweight.
That would be horrible, bro. That would be. I mean, I would just lose so much respect for that camp if they allowed this fight.
We can't put that. You know, we've seen him do it before, and he was the flagship. You know, it's him and Tank. They holding the PBC flag, man. Maybe that's why they kind of keeping Tank from a lot of this stuff, because people like, oh man, you know, oh shit, the fight versus Garcia, that's a super fight. To who, man? Nobody, man. Come on, man. My grandma dead and she knew Tank gonna whoop his ass. Like, come on, what's super about that fight? You know, like for real. Come on, man. We gotta put him in there with somebody that can crack, or we really never gonna know what he's working with.
Yeah.
Or what he's got, you know. Buddy say he fighting Bean Burrito, but that was the funniest shit ever.
I think more people just want to see Ryan Garcia get his ass whipped. You know, for me, it was never a super fight. I just want to see Garcia get his ass whipped because he just talked so much bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, in all the fights he avoided, and you know, talking shit on other people's fights. And you know what I'm saying? So you just kind of want to see Tank go in there and shut his ass up. But it was never a super fight to me. They promoted it like that. They promoted Danny Garcia, he never beat nobody to really make that a super fight. He
never fought Tank.
Yeah, and you know, Oscar De La Hoya didn't want him to fight that fight, you know. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to keep on bullshitting around. You know, but I think Ryan Garcia, the pressure got to Ryan Garcia. He wanted to be taken seriously. Now we got to see if Derek James can help this guy improve. You know what I'm saying? Before, you know what I'm saying, Errol had this performance, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was looking at like, hey man, Ryan Garcia, you know what I'm saying, he's gonna be, I think he's still gonna be improved, but now you just kind of like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Is Derek James as good as we really think? You know what I'm saying? It's a good tactician, a good trainer. You know what I'm saying? Now everything comes to question with EJ, you know, his star guy, you know what I'm saying, taking a loss like this. You know what I'm saying? Now you're wondering if all those guys, you know, AJ, is any of them going to be, you know what I'm saying, better? You know what I'm saying? Or are they going to get, or are they going to miscalculate? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? In the ring.
Unless Derek James can do a heart transplant on Garcia and AJ, them fuckers ain't gonna get no better, man, because they ain't got no kind of heart, man. I saw one dude give up his belt. He spit out the mouthpiece and looked at the train. I said, oh, hell. And Danny Garcia got hit. Man, I mean, not Danny Garcia, but what's your boy name? Oh, man. Ryan Garcia, man, come on, man. That was a love tap. Get your ass up, man. He should never box again. Nobody should ever pay to see him fight again. The Tank didn't even get a chance to do nothing to him. I've seen folks take hits like that and act like they sleep, and you like, get the fuck up, I can knock you out for real. Nah.
Yeah, I mean, I like PGH Big Dog Man said he might be taking on too much because Derek, he don't seem like he need to get a team like other train. He was picking at Bomac for having 4 different trainers, but you need to have those trainers there so you can, once you get done with your offense workout, you need to go into your defense workout. You know what I'm saying? Do that shit back to back, just like Bud had. You know what I'm saying? You go from your defense to your offensive trainer. That's where all that shit can be coordinated instead of just getting an hour in with Derek James and then here comes Frank Martin. You know what I'm saying? Or I think they have like days or something like that. No, bro. You know what I'm saying? You need a specialized time. You need time with your trainer, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not no split time. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're fighting on this level. You know what I'm saying? I'm just surprised this never came up. Mm-hmm.
When Derek James said at the post fight, he was like, "Yeah, because I gotta get on the plane and go to London." I'm like, "Man, London been on your mind this whole time." Like, man, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So y'all think Derek James jet setting now? He feeling himself?
He needed
You know what I'm saying?
But I think this loss with Spence kind of humbled him a little bit because I think he was feeling himself too much. Because you can tell even in the all access, man, the way he was just talking, man, he's talking about depth. You remember he kept using that word depth. Yeah. He's playing. That was their plan in the first place. Is just go in there and bulldoze Crawford. That's why he kept saying depth. They was gonna go in there and they was just gonna bulldoze. They thought he was gonna bulldoze Crawford. No, Crawford had 3 different coaches, and when they looked at video of Spence, 3 of the coaches had 3 different types of results, and they worked on it, and they put up a perfect game plan. Derek James gonna need a team for sure. He's for sure gonna need a team because he can't do it by himself.
And you absolutely right. And I was watching when I was watching was it the all no when I was watching the media workout, and they said, "Yo, Bomac was like, yo, he's going up against a great trainer. He got a lot of respect for you. He this and that." And Derek James blew it off. Man, it ain't me against him. And I was like, wow, like, yo, is this part of the posturing or is he like, yo, he was showing no respect. This is just for me viewing. And I'm like, oh man, it seems like he ain't respecting this dude. Like this dude giving him respect, but he's not giving it back. He was like, oh man, whatever, man. It ain't between me and him. And I'm like, yo, is that just being arrogant? Or is you just like looking at these dudes like they nothing? Because that's motivation too. And then he seconded at the press conference. Like, oh man, I see somebody with 3 people, and that pissed Bomac off because Bomac was like, yo, what you mean? Like, I see 3 other people. Like, come on, man. That lights a match on the people's ass. And when I just didn't, it was very disrespectful because I've seen a lot of trainers like, yo, I'm going up against a great trainer. I ain't never seen one just blow the other one off. Like, oh man, fuck Angel Garcia.
It's like Derek James turned into David Ruffin in this damn fight. You know what I'm saying? that nigga turned into David Ruffin on our ass and shit.
Nobody come like, see you, Otis.
Mm-hmm. Right. You know what I'm saying? We never seen Derek James. He was a little bit out of character.
Yeah, I ain't never seen him like that.
Eli, he says, hey Poole, he said, if you can if you have time, he said, can you do a video on the legends that took losses and came back to redeem them? So that would be a great video, bro. You know what I'm saying? I would have to work on that like champ side. You know what I'm saying? My problem is I don't have a lot of time to do my research on, you know what I'm saying, put it in videos so it'll be good because I be in and out, bro. That's my problem. If I was retired, bro, I would take this shit over, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'll be all up in this shit, bro, but I just don't have time to sit down and put all the videos together and stuff. And I'll be in and out. Like today, I'll probably get called in for a load or whatever and stuff. I can't even work on the shit that I want to work on.
But
it's like,
hey y'all,
Holyfield, Riddick Bowe 2.
I got a question. I don't think y'all heard this. I was on Drew Titan's his live a few days ago, and he was mentioning how Spence didn't spar for like 6 weeks of his camp because he got injured. Have y'all heard anything about that?
Yeah, I heard BF. They said BF got information on that I heard. BF man, that motherfucker. He be having some people he could talk to, bro. Some inside sources and stuff like that. That's why I want to take my ass down there and see if I could talk to somebody and see if I can get some information, bro. Because now I know where the gym's at. It took me all this damn time just to find out what the damn. Because every time I went to a gym, they got out of that gym, the R&R gym, they were gone to the world class gym, and nobody knew that shit ain't even on the damn GPS. That shit is not on the GPS, bro. It's like, so I had to find out. Somebody gave me the information of where it is. I'm gonna go down there and see what I can find out, bro. It's just this shit is ridiculous, bro. So Eli P says if Errol and his family want the rematch, I believe they can do it. He said we need to push for the rematch by showing that other greats took losses. Oh yeah. Now I don't look down on EJ, you know what I'm saying? It's just that and I don't look down on him as a fighter. I just wished they would have came in there 100% or they would have came in there, they would have took the time to prepare and take Crawford seriously. I think when you think of great fighters, you think of the mental too. You think of the preparation, the desire, the will to win, and you want to see all that shit come together in the ring and have a great fight. If I would have saw EJ went in there and push forward and have Crawford, going back and trying to figure out what to do. No, we saw a one-sided ass whipping, and it was just like, damn, that was anticlimactic. You know what I'm saying? If you're an Errol Spence Jr. fan, and it just kind of made for a low drama type fight, and what I'm saying, the distance and the skills and all that shit, it was just way too far, apart. Given the history of both of these guys, and I think that was the big disappointment, that I took away from it. And I was just like, it was anticlimactic. I spent money, everybody spent money, and this shit was, all we got was a bad performance, bro. From
Pitbull didn't even knock the dude out.
Right. Pitbull looked like he was struggling, man.
Yeah,
Pitbull was missing like a motherfucker. If this dude if he didn't gas out and shit from all the body shots and shit, Pitbull could barely touch that dude, and that dude looked like he sucked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He looked like he sucked. Some of them pity pat punches and all his, British royal boxing shit he was doing up in there.
Hey, you don't hear nobody talking about no Tank Pitbull rematch after that either. He needs to knock him out to get that rematch.
Nope, he was trying to knock him out too.
I see why Pitbull turned down that Stevenson fight. He would have never touched Stevenson with them kind of haymakers. All he throw is haymakers. He would have never hit Stevenson with that shit.
Nope.
He said, "No." He said, "We need to push for Spence to get medically checked out and don't go in the ring injured." He said that was a BS fight. Yes, sir. And I do believe something was going on with him, man. I think he couldn't miss out on a $30 million opportunity. And he went through what he had to go through to get that money. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We just got to accept what happened. You know what I'm saying? We can't change what happened in the ring. And it just sucks when you get a moment like that and you can't rise to that moment. You know what I'm saying? To give your best effort, regardless of the outcome. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're going to be remembered for if this is his last fight. That's what you're going to be remembered for. You know what I'm saying? So, but up until that point, you know what I'm saying, the man got 3 belts. You know what I'm saying? He accomplished a lot more than a lot of fighters. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's over for him. You know what I'm saying? I'm still an EJ fan. I'm still, love his character. Yeah. I love that.
Anybody who switched sides was never his fan in the first place, man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I just, that's my whole thing. When folks like, oh, you this fan, you that fan, like, no, I'm a fan of the sport. You can be a fan of somebody after an ass whooping. Like after Madonna put his hands on AB. I'm like, AB could have quit. AB stayed in that fight. And he got my respect because I'm like, yo, Lessimore would have quit, man. Lessimore would have put that knee. It only take 10 seconds.
I'll tell you, bro. Yeah, Terry Norris. What would you say? T-Mac 149. He says Terry Norris came back after a KO loss to Simon Brown. He outclassed Brown in the rematch. Boy, them goddamn Jamaicans, Simon Brown. Them goddamn Jamaicans, a motherfucker, bro.
That motherfucker was a bad motherfucker. Nobody talks about Simon Brown. You know what I'm saying? That was a bad motherfucker, bro. Him, Bertie McGirt fights and with what's his name? I'm getting old, bro. Sweet Pea.
Who fought Mike?
Not Brunel.
No. Fought Mike Tyson. He had 2 fights with him. I can't. Oh man, Razor Ruddock. He was Jamaican too, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Mike was trying to kill that motherfucker, man.
Oh, they hated each other, bro.
He said, if he don't die, it don't count.
They fought like they hated each other too. Mike Tyson went in there with that ugly look, like he just wanted to kill Razor Ruddock. He says Shane Frazier says Bomac and Bud took a whole month just to work on getting stronger, and they worked on that jab for 4 months, and they were well prepared. And I saw it in the workout. I saw the jab in the workout. I was like, look at that stiff ass jab. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think I was live at the time when we was talking about how the jab and the inside looked like he was working on inside moves to slip and then deliver the uppercut to the body. And he was killing Spence with that uppercut to the body. Looked like he was aiming for them ribs too. You know what I'm saying? Looked like he was aiming for the ribs.
I don't think he took a drink, man. I was looking in the corner and man, Bud wasn't even taking a drink.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this motherfucker is on Android mode.
I realized that too, bro. He didn't take a drink of water. No ice to the face or nothing.
He just sitting there. He be like his mama said, whoop his ass.
You know what hurt? You know what hurt the worst, bro? For me, man, I had my family come over. You know, people who don't watch boxing, because you know I'm the boxing head of my family, so I'm like Spence, and they looking at me like, "Fam, this
your man right here."
Robert Emily Jones said, at some point you have to take your fan hat off and look at it from a medical perspective. And like I said, if there's something wrong with him medically, I definitely don't want him to take the rematch. You know what I'm saying? You just never know, bro, what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's just so, you know, everything. It's just so many parts look like to it. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you don't know what's going on with Spence. He says the whole card was trash, no good fights. He said, I don't know if I'm more pissed about the money I lost or Spence coming in that ring with a clear man. If he, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something. You know, he gonna lose a lot of fans behind that. If we find out, and you know what I'm saying, Errol Spence Jr. went in there with that fight with an injury, that's gonna hurt his reputation. It's gonna hurt his reputation real bad.
But could he have backed out of the fight? Like, could he have, you know, postponed it?
Yeah, Robin Emily Jones. I agree, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see no fighter go in there, you know what I'm saying, not in top form and able to defend himself and perform at a top level, you know what I'm saying? If they're injured or mentally incapacitated in any kind of way. You don't want to see that kind of shit, you know. You might as well hang up them gloves. I'd rather see him hang up the gloves. PGA Big Dog says boxing fans built this fight to be a clash. Exactly, and it wasn't. He said wasn't that being close? What a damn letdown. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it wasn't that damn close. Yeah, you're right, PH Big Dog. You know, we watch all of them, man, and this wasn't no fucking haggle of hers or none of that shit, bro. You know,
that's why you can't compare it to that before it happened. It should happen afterwards, not before.
Right. Oh, my bad. He said drop the link. I got you, bro. You know,
hey, Paul, do you think that Derrick James should have stopped the fight?
I mean, I was still waiting for that second win, maybe adjustment. Then when he got dropped the second time, I was like, oh no. I said when I seen him got dropped off balance and his balance wasn't there and he just wasn't clicking on no level, and I said he's not gonna come back. Bro.
He ain't got nothing.
I say he just, you know, he ain't had no resistance, no punch resistance. You know what I'm saying? He was looking like Kell Brook. He was looking like Kell Brook up in there, bro.
Yeah,
you know,
second round it should have been stopped.
His face got was getting busted up. His eyes and shit. I said he can't defend himself. Something going on. He can't defend himself.
Bud let off the gas that whole 8th round, man. And then, like, after that round, they kind of tapped Glove because Bud looking like, yo, that's for you, bro. You know, that was for you. You know, it kind of seemed it was some gamesmanship in that, but he kind of was like, it looked like he was concerned. You know what I'm saying? And you rarely get something.
Well,
You know, Bud is
if you're a fighter, you know when a fighter's weak. You know what I'm saying? You know when a fighter ain't himself. You know when a fighter ain't coming or coming with nothing. So that's why Bud turned on the way he did, because he see something wasn't right with dude. You know what I'm saying? He went straight across that ring. When he took that lick and saw that EJ ain't had no power, when he
took a good shot from EJ.
Right, and when he bumped up against him and seen he had no push to push him back, he knew he was a stronger fighter. He knew he was the more superior fighter. So he went in. You know what I'm saying? From that point on, he went in because he had already seen what he needed to see. That
push was a turning point for me, because I'm watching the fight and I expected him to be able to move him. And when Bud just stood up and pushed him back, you saw Spence like mentally start to back up. And that's when Bud started to press. And I'm like, oh shit, he's stronger than him. It's a whole nother fight.
And then when he took the shot and see, he was eating EJ punches like what nothing. Now I ain't gonna say because Bud Crawford defense was, man, it was A1, bro. His defense was something else. Even when EJ got on the inside and hit him to the body, you know, say EJ, he couldn't get no leverage on his punches. He couldn't. He was deflecting a lot of EJ shit, covering up his body. EJ just didn't have. He couldn't throw no 1-2 left hook. You know what I'm saying? Double left hook fast enough. You know what I'm saying, to hurt Crawford. Look like anytime he threw something, Crawford counted the shit out of him, even on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Where Spence supposed to be the superior fighter. You know what I'm saying? And he was just, you know, the combination puncher. You know what I'm saying? EJ just couldn't deal with that shit on that night.
Yeah, when he caught that punch and hit him with one. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, that amazed me too. I saw the one you're talking. He intercepted one of EJ punches and punched him.
And popped him, and you saw it hurt him. I'm like, God.
Right. Every time EJ, he couldn't put his head nowhere where he could be safe. And I said something off with EJ, bro. It's like this is, you know what I'm saying, he you know what I'm saying, he ain't moving the way he ain't making no adjustment in the way he move and none of that shit. What's going on, Devin?
Yeah, and that's why I don't want him to take the fight in December. I know he's gonna hold his word to it, but if he's smart, they should go back to the table, take at least a year off, because it's not just the physical. I agree he was drained, but the technical aspect, they didn't cover any ground against Crawford. It wasn't even close. I think about the AJ and Ruiz, the first fight in New York. AJ came in there as stiff as he has. He was slow. He had no stamina. And he got, like you say, Falumaloom, right? And he took a year off. And look how he came in the second fight. His jab was working. He lasted all 12 rounds. He was a lot leaner. So if Spence was smart, I think he should at least take out a year. Maybe talk to Crawford behind the scenes and say, hey, look, I'm not going to activate the rematch clause, but I want the winner of you and Charlo. Maybe get a touch-up or two at 54. He needs to acclimate himself. He can't just go in there in December. It's the same. It's going to look the same, maybe even a little worse. I don't think December's enough time, man. And I'm an EJ fan, but he need to get himself right. That was an ugly ass.
Yeah, he's got to definitely cover those X's and O's. He can't just overlook that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Derek James is thinking. You know, I'm just kind of let down by Derek James being the outside man looking in. Hopefully, he learned a lot from this fight. And if EJ was doing them things behind the scenes, he shouldn't have never let EJ go in there, or at least express. I don't know if he did or didn't. I'm just speculating. You know, if I'm holding up the pads and this man is missing the pads because of his coordination off and all that shit, there ain't no way in the world I would have sent him in there. I couldn't have signed off on that if that's what was happening from what I'm hearing. So, like I said, a lot of this shit, this is gonna come out. You know what I'm saying, and it's gonna hurt Errol Spence Jr. and Derek James' reputation if they let him go in there when he knew that man wasn't, you know, saying 100%. You know what I'm saying? And I know $30 million is a lot of money. You know, a lot of niggas ain't for to turn down no damn $30 million. You know what I'm saying? But even $30 million, you know what I'm saying, you still work hard to get to that level. And a lot of people is believing in you. A lot of people, you know what I'm saying, is counting on you to be at your best when you fight. Not at your worst. So, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna damage his reputation, man, you know. And
another thing too, Paul, real quick. Sorry to cut you off, but you talking about Derrick James. He has a fight with Charlo in September. He has a fight with Joshua in October, and I think Ryan is lined up for November. So he has
And then
high-level
Jermell's in
fighters
September.
back to back. So where's the time for EJ in the December rematch? I don't, you know what I mean?
Jermell September too.
Right, yeah. Jermell September, Joshua October, Ryan is in November, and then you're gonna have EJ in December. That's way too many people in your camp.
He said, "What I see is 3 people." That was fun. I was like, "Wow, dude." I'm like, dude, you gotta have some other trainers. You gotta have somebody you can hand them off to, and you coming out for specific work. You can't do everything. Not with that, you know, especially when that stable get built up a little bit bigger. Because for a while he only had those 2 that he was focused on, and he got Frank Martin fight. You know, he was training Frank before this fight. It's like, yo, when he should have just been literally everybody in on this one right here by themselves. I mean, you know, just straight up.
I agree. But you know, we have 4 hours in, bro. You know what I'm saying? I might come back on later. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we're gonna leave it right there, you know. Like every time I talk about this shit, boy, I look like I'm weight drained. You know what I'm saying? But let me see, let me read some of these comments, then we're gonna get out here, we get y'all final thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Robert Leon says, he says, don't speak for others' medical knowledge, bro. He said, I've been a medical professional for over 20 years. My wife also, and she's a specialist in dementia. God damn. He says, yeah, Bud defense was masterful. He said, because EJ ain't have anything in the tank. He said, speed wise and strength. He said, EJ brain injury had been in the hospital. He was with us. What? Jim? He was us. Post on Twitter. I don't know what that UIS. I don't know what that is. But I get the gist of what you're saying. He says they can't cover any technical ground if Errol was weak and tired. He said that shit played on his confidence. I agree. He says, I think a lot of EJ problems began with the physical. I know he has a lot of tools to win the fight against Bud. So, you know, let me get y'all last thoughts, and then we're going to get up out of here, bro. Let's start with Steve. What are your last thoughts? Steve? Dev?
Yeah, I'll jump in, my bad.
Paul, thank you for letting me up, and just all the content you push for this fight over the years, you know what I mean? So I could see why it hurts, because we built this fight up. You know, we broke this fight down for years and years, all the live we've done, so it is kind of disappointing if it comes out, he just wasn't 100%. I mean, 30, 40, 50 million, it doesn't really matter. That's the money we're paying. That's out of our pockets. And all we wanted was a good fight. So salute to you on the panel, and hopefully, EJ and his team bounces back. But I'll be on for the next one.
All right. Charles?
Just to add on to what bro said, Paul, I think your videos that you had back during the before the fight happened, I think you better prepare Spence for Crawford.
That's what I said.
Better than Derrick James did. No disrespect to Derrick James, but yeah, man, Paul, man, just keep on with the content, man. I love it, man, because it's straightforward, straight to the point. It's cut, no BS. And then this is my last words right here. EJ, if it's a medical issue, man, you can't get in there and fight, or the doctor says it's a chance that you may not, live, don't get back in the ring, man. Just take that money and just live life, man, and watch your kids grow and take care of them.
Steve-O, my boy, we go way back, bro.
Yo, real like Vogue's own Cadillac.
Go way back, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, geez, bro. Here we are,
Paul,
bro.
you know, see you my boy, so that's why I ain't get on your ass like I would have got on somebody else, you know, when I'm 100% right. But my last words though, man. Huh?
I would have blocked your ass, nigga. I would have kicked your ass right on up out of here, nigga. I ain't finna.
Yeah, man. Y'all was heated, bro. I said, yeah, let me tread lightly, and he was like green light.
But what are your thoughts on your last thoughts on it?
My last thoughts on this, you know, it was great showing by Bud. Errol definitely left a lot to be desired. So if he's gonna do that rematch, he got to get all the way right. He got to take this thing all the way serious, and he got to go in there and protect himself, because that's, you know, like the other guy said, you know, you got to be here for your family. I would watch a rematch. I don't think the result will be any different, but I really don't want him to get in there and get hurt real bad. So, you know, with that being said, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody on the panel. It was a good cook. So that's that.
All right. Well, I appreciate, man. I just want to say, you know, we don't know everything that's going on with Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? We just speculating. You know, a lot of people get mad when you do that, but I think it makes for interesting boxing talk. You know, especially when you talk about your favorite fighter, lackluster performance. You know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to Bud. He did what he's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? As a fighter, you know, whether you know, say you agree with his strategies, you know, that's a part of boxing too. If a guy's slipping and you catch a guy slipping, that's part of boxing. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the best tactic. It ain't the best tactic, but you know what I'm saying? It ain't honorable, but you know, when you're talking about the art of war, you know what I'm saying? You want to win. You know what I'm saying? But this type of person that he just want to win, bro. He don't give a fuck how, you know, he gonna win, but he want to make sure he's dominant. And that's what Errol Spence Jr. should have been doing too. He should have been making sure that he's dominant and making sure that he's the A side. You know what I'm saying? And don't let your desires blind you or weaken you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that's masterful to be the A side and take the A side and use it to your advantage. That's brilliant, bro. That's
the whole purpose of an A side.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if EJ just would have moved up to 154, then we would have been saying he ducked. You know what I'm saying? That he ducked the fade or whatever. I mean, I think the perfect opportunity for Errol Spence Jr. to have moved up to 154 is when Bud walked out of negotiation and he got his fight in. He got his tune up in. He should have been getting his tune up in. Errol Spence Jr. should have been getting his shit in to stay sharp. So I think he just misread the situation. I think he was a little bit overconfident. I think Derek James, him and his team, was a little bit overconfident, and I think they just misread the situation. You know, saying hopefully going into a rematch, even though it's short time, maybe we're underestimating. You know what I'm saying? How Errol Spence, like if they go up to 154, and I doubt that Bud Crawford would agree to go up to 154. Why would you give somebody you just beat at 147 an advantage? You know what I'm saying? So, but if he did go up to 154, maybe, you know what I'm saying, we'll see a more rejuvenated Errol Spence Jr. I think people doubt that, though. They think that now Bud got the psychological edge, you know what I'm saying, having knocked him out or TKO'd him in this fight. And so most people think we're going to see the same results. But 6 months, probably so. You know what I'm saying? Probably so. Because he's got to heal. He's got to do all these different things. He's got to work on his shit and all this stuff. He got too much to overcome, you know what I'm saying, for a December fight and be successful. He's not the same 26-year-old, you know what I'm saying, that was in the ring just dominating motherfuckers and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, faster than the speeding bullet. He ain't the same dude, bro.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to be real. You know, he's human. And now his mystique is broken. You know what I'm saying? Now that he took a TKO, the whole mystique of EJ is broken. So now you got to deal with that shit. Now you got to deal with little suckers trying to come fight him. Now you got what's that guy named the Ric Flair guy? You know what I'm saying? Now he gonna what's that fool name? Now he gonna think he could beat EJ and shit. So Blair Cobb. You know what I'm saying? Now you
popping
got
up out of nowhere.
Now he's gonna have the Blair Cobbs of the world hunting for him and talking. You know, he's gonna always talk shit, but you know, I just hope that everything is okay with EJ, even if he never fights again. As long as he's healthy, and he can retire, you know what I'm saying, with his money and his family, take care of his family. I think that's the most important thing, you know, as an Errol Spence Jr. fan. And but if he's all well and he take the rematch, you know what I'm saying, and he come in at 100%, maybe we'll see something different. Maybe we'll see a better, more prepared EJ without the arrogance. Maybe sometimes when you're humble, like when he took the car crash, you know what I'm saying, makes you a better fighter. Sometimes I said in previous live streams that sometimes a loss make you better. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you lose it, you need to take a loss to understand your shortcomings, right? And I think that this might work for EJ or might not. But either way, I'll be paying for the fight to see. You know what I'm saying? And y'all keep tuning in to Pool Counter Boxing. I'll probably come on tomorrow if I don't get a load to go out today. And we'll chop it up some more again. You know what I'm saying? We'll have another long cookout and talk about these fights. Let me get the super chat. It says, Mike Jones, thank you for that $5 super chat. He says, cross all the T's area exactly. He said, and get good CAT scan, results. After that, get Blu-ray back and get off the ego trip. Boy, man, you just summed it all up, Mike Jones. That's what's up. You just summed it up. You know what I'm saying? Mike Jones. Back then, they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all up on me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but that'll end this. Let me see. Do I have another super chat? What else? This is he says Mike Jones says Bud will fight him at 154 to get acclimated to Charlo. That would be good, you know. So look like we're gonna have a lot of more good boxing going on. The next live stream we'll talk about Jermell and the Charlo situation because that's heating up. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be heating up right there. That's gonna be a good one, bro. And it's gonna be a lot of emotions and a lot of passion. Because you know the Mexican fan base, you know, they ready to have a fucking fiesta, you know what I'm saying, or, you know what I'm saying, for that fight, you know what I'm saying. So it's gonna be a lot of Corona drinking in that fight. So, you know what I'm saying, we'll see you guys. You'll see you guys in the next live stream. You know what I'm saying, we'll start out early again in the morning. And peace out. I hope y'all have a great weekend. And y'all peace out, man.